The meeting will come to order, or I should say the Tuesday, October 20th, 2020 Board of County Commissioners meeting will come to order. We start every meeting off with the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Today the invocation is going to be performed by David Belts from the Boulder Street Church. If you'd like to participate in the invocation, please rise.
Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this wonderful city, Lord. We thank you for Colorado Springs, God. Thank you for everything that you are doing here, Father. And Father, I just thank you so much for the Board of County Commissioners, Lord. I thank you for the wisdom that you have given them. We ask you for more, Heavenly Father. Just pray grace over their lives, God. We thank you for all that they're doing here, God, that they're serving this city, Lord, with their lives, Father. So we praise you for that. And I just pray Psalm 62:11. God has spoken plainly, and I've heard it many times. Power, O God, belongs to you. Unfailing, O Lord, is yours. So, Father, we thank you that you're on the throne, God. And Father, we thank you, Lord, for your love. And we ask, Lord, that your love just fills this city. In your name, Jesus, amen.
Amen. All right, please join Commissioner Brummer. She leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, you may notice that Commissioner Williams isn't here today. She's out on some medical leave, so if I could have a motion to excuse Commissioner Williams, I would appreciate it.
Move to excuse Commissioner Williams.
I'll second.
That's been moved and seconded. With that, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Bremer?
Aye.
Commissioner Vanderwerf?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. That passes unanimously with Commissioner Williams excused. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is staff emergency items.
Do we have any staff emergencies today? Seeing none, item number 4.
Item number 4, changes, postponements, and notice of the next meeting. I'm unaware of any changes or postponements. The next meeting will be Thursday, October 22nd.
Okay, so that's just for those that are keeping score at home, a little bit of change from what we've been doing. That means we're having a Thursday meeting this week. So we will be meeting this Thursday, which is something we have not been doing up until this point. I just want to make sure that's clear. Item number 5.
Item number 5, comments by elected officials and commissioner liaison reports. Do you wish to go to 5A first?
Yes, please.
5A, clerk and recorder update. Chuck Browerman, clerk and reporter. Good morning.
Mr. Clerk and Recorder, how are you this morning?
Well, we are busy, but we are doing well. So I just want to do an uber quick election update. And please, Christy, don't roll your eyes when I say uber quick. I will make this because I know you have a big agenda for today. But I wanted to give you a quick update on the election, see where we're at. So... all right, so far, as of last night, we've had 109,621 ballots returned. That is 4 times what we've had in any other election at the same date and time, same number of days before the election. So very strong, very rigorous, very robust returns so far. The breakdown by party affiliation is kind of a jump ball. Unaffiliated voters have returned 37,639 ballots. That's not votes, that's just ballots. I don't know how they voted. Republican voters have returned 37,960 countywide. Democratic voters have returned their ballots 32,600 have returned, and then minor party a little under 2,000.
So
the breakdown by...
hey, hang on, before you move on.
Yep.
So you said that the 109,000 at this point in the election is 4 times greater than any other election. So do we know which demographic, the unaffiliated, Republicans, Democrats, or minor party votes, which ones are performing at a higher level? Is it just all of them?
I can give you that number. So unaffiliated voters are returning 18% of their membership. Republican voters.
But what is that for this in this period of time?
Sure.
Are they 4 times greater, or are they 8 times greater?
They are. Let's see. They're 180,000 voters. So it's 18% of what totally could vote. So.
I'm not asking my question correctly. You said the 109,000 is 4 times more than we've ever had at this point. I'm trying to understand where those numbers are coming from. Is it across the board? Is everybody returning their ballots at that same 4 times greater pace, or is one demographic returning it at 6 times and say, and another demographic is only returning it at 2 times what it was before?
So that's a little bit different animal than I was prepared to ask.
Okay.
But 21.4% of the total number of Republicans that exist, 160,000, have returned their ballots.
Okay.
Democrat voters make up 90,000, and they've returned 31.6%. So about a 10% increase over and above the 2 other affiliations, the unaffiliated and Republicans. So Democrats seem to have a bit more enthusiasm right now at turnout.
Okay.
That kind of partially, I know where you're coming. I can kind of get you that number a little later. I could text that to you.
Yeah, and I guess the only reason I was asking the question, I was trying to figure out if, say, I know that typically Republicans vote much earlier in elections than Democrats typically do. I was just wondering if maybe, are the Republicans like holding on to their ballots? Are there more minor party votes cast than before? Are unaffiliateds more engaged?
Yeah, Commissioner Waller, based on what I've seen traditionally over my 9 years, almost 10 years working in the clerk and recorder's office, and just numerous years in addition to that looking at trends, typically the Republican Party is performing at like 2 times the other 2. So right now they're neck and neck as far as number of return ballots, but so I think the Democrats are outperforming at this same point compared to the other affiliated voting groups.
You. And sorry to kind of put you on the spot that way. I'm just trying to understand where, this election's going.
Sure. Yesterday, we opened up 7 additional VSPCs, or Voter Service and Polling Centers. We like to use our acronyms. We had one open last week, our Citizen Service Center, and it was very robust coming in. Usually during that whole week, we may see 25 or 30. We saw well over 300. Yesterday, at our total of 8 VSPCs, we typically, the first day, is maybe 60 to 100 we would see on that very first day. We saw 722. So there is a lot of people voting in person versus their mail ballot. I will make an editorial remark about that. Vote centers are traditionally used for people who have special needs or special things they need to do. Either they have not registered and they need to register, they can go there and do a new registration. They've moved and need to update. They're going to be traveling and they don't have time to vote their mail ballot. They need the ADA accessibility equipment to be able to enjoy their franchise and vote, or they've spoiled their ballot. I really want to urge our citizens, we have the best system in the country, a hybrid mail ballot system. We've sent you a ballot. Please vote that ballot in the safety, security of your home. Your vote is verifiable. You sign up for ballot tracks or go to govotecolorado.gov, and you can see that we've received it, and then when we tabulate it, that we've accepted it, so you have the ability to verify your vote. The voter experience in a vote center and that in home is almost identical. In both locations, whether you're voting in home or in a vote center, you're gonna vote on a paper ballot. That paper ballot looks identical to what you're gonna vote at home. We still go through the signature check, whether you're coming in person and voting or you return that ballot, we check that signature. It goes through the same processing steps with bipartisan teams at every step. It goes through the same tabulation equipment. Everything is the same as far as how your vote looks to our machines that is tabulating. The only thing in a vote center, you get the luxury and privilege of standing in line a little bit. So I really want to encourage you, while you can vote in person, I really want to encourage people, while we're seeing a rise and spike in COVID numbers, let's do the responsible thing. Let's allow you to vote in the comfort of your home and keep our community safe. So with that, so all of this week, those 8 vote centers are open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then they're also open the Saturday before the election from 8 to 5. Then they'll be open Monday and Tuesday for 12 hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then in the course of the next couple of weeks, we'll be phasing out and adding additional vote centers to where we'll get a total of 35 that'll be able to be utilized for people on the last 2 days. So next up,
that looks like a huge gathering for that opening of that.
A rough-looking crew. So we were able to open up our 37th drop box. It was a labor of love. It took a lot of work to get done. We are in the south gate of Broadmoor Town Center Mall. It is also our first box that has a solar panel on it. First one in our kind of region. I understand there might be another one or two somewhere else in the state, so we can't lay claim that we're the first one in the state, but because of utility needs and being able to get that box in place, we elected to go the solar-powered option there. So going a little bit of green, and we're fortunate to have Commissioner Vanderwerf with us while we did our ribbon cutting. We had four TV stations there, so we got a lot of great coverage for that, and they'll be a great asset for people in the southwest portion of the city. And then once again, vote your mail ballot in the safety and security of your home. You do have the option of going to a vote center, but you can give fidelity to the idea of voting in person by voting at home and then delivering that ballot in person to us at either a vote center or our 37 drop boxes, where we have teams that go through and retrieve those ballots securely and bring them back to us multiple times a day. Sign the back of your ballot envelope. Sign it consistent. Be wary of signing that ballot on your steering wheel. You know, sometimes we get signatures that are rejected because of someone at the last minute before they drop in the box. They're signing it on their steering wheel, and that may not be the best platform in which to get a legible signature. So sign it before you leave your home and drop it off in a drop box to save yourself the 65 cents in postage. And with that, if anyone has questions, they can contact us at 575-VOTE, 575-8683, and I got 8886. That's not the correct number. 8683 is the number. Any questions?
Any questions for the clerk and recorder?
Somewhat uber quick.
That was pretty
Christie?
quick for
All right.
in Chuck years. That was really quick.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So today at 4 p.m., I'll be participating via online with the Public Art Commission. And on Wednesday morning, the Highway Advisory Commission will take place also, an online meeting. That'll be 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. Just to remind everybody, there will be no CERT meeting today, Community Economic Response Team. We are now on an every other week cycle, so this is the off week. And obviously, we may all be aware that we have some challenges with increasing numbers of counts with coronavirus. So I just wanted to kind of provide some quick statistics that I think are important for all of us to be aware of. And what I did was I went to the El Paso County Public Health website using their data, taking a 30-day time period, and the two time periods are March 18 to April 18, and then September 19 to October 19, 30-day periods in each. In the first period in March, and March was a terrible month for us, we had 59 deaths, 179 hospitalizations, and we had conducted 6,151 tests. This last month, from 9/19 to 10/19, we've had 18 deaths, and every death is a tragedy, but the number is still much lower than our worst month. And we have 105 hospitalizations, also lower than our worst month. And we've also conducted 41,410 tests, a huge increase from what we were doing in March. So while we have an increase in number of cases, which is has gone from about 500 to 600 at any given time up to about 1,500, and that's not a good trend, we remain in in a relatively good place compared to March with the number of deaths and the number of hospitalizations. Having said that, we do need to remain vigilant. We need to do what we can to be safe. All of the protocols are still appropriate and in play, and the vaccine is on the way, and I believe that will really help. I do find it interesting the vast majority of the new cases that are coming from younger people in the 20 to 29 year group. And what that means is just asking for younger people to just be a little bit more careful, but it also means that there's a lot of attention being paid by our older communities about being super safe because the number of cases showing up there is very low, and I'm very grateful for that. So just thought I would show those kinds of numbers and those statistics. We need to continue to remain vigilant throughout all of this, do everything we can, and it does appear that the cause of this, it's hard to figure it out, but it does appear the cause of this is weather, getting colder, more people going inside, because the increased numbers are not coming from any one particular place. It's not coming necessarily from restaurants or from office space or in other locations. So it's, I think, kind of across the board and might be related to colder weather and people going indoors. So let's remain vigilant, everybody, and continue to be as safe as we can while we keep our businesses open, and the vaccine and other things are coming, and they will help immensely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bremer, sorry about that.
I will echo Commissioner Vanderwerf's comments about being vigilant, but I would like to add one other piece of encouragement to that, and that is to continue to be respectful of the choices that others are making around you, respectful of businesses and protocols that are keeping us all operating in the safest manner possible. So I would just encourage you to continue to do what you need to do to be respectful of those around you and the decisions that they are making for keeping those around them safe during this. With that, today and Thursday it's really all about hearing from our departments and department managers. So I don't have much to add to that. I'm sure you will hear from me much during those presentations, the critical needs presentations. And then I am also excited to attend tomorrow's ceremony at Peterson Air Force Base, redesignating the U.S. Space Force temporary, hopefully long-term space operations to be headquartered right here in Colorado Springs.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to reiterate what has previously been commented on. We do need to be vigilant and continue to follow good health and sanitization protocols. But I too did look at the numbers at the state level. I would say that the dashboard at the state level is becoming much more complicated to review than in previous months, and it's a little bit harder to compare data with other counties. However, I was able to compare some of the data, and El Paso County continues to do very well as compared to our peer large counties, and so I'm looking at those numbers, and I'm still optimistic at the great work done by public health, by the residents of the county, and all the staff at the county level to ensure that our residents are safe and healthy and doing well, and continue to look for the positives in those numbers, and I think we're doing very well if you look at the data. So thank you, but we can always do better, and I do encourage everybody to continue to be safe and healthy and follow smart health protocols. Thank you.
Thanks. I have nothing to add. So I assume we don't have any elected officials online. Blake, okay. Item number 6.
Item number 6 is community service organizational reports.
Do we have any community service organization reports we need to be talking about today? Seeing none, item number 7.
Item number 7 is a consent calendar. There are no items on the consent calendar.
What?
I know.
Has that ever happened in the history of county commission meetings? No items on the consent calendar?
Rarely.
Well then, how about item number 8?
That would make it impossible for there to be any items on the called-up consent calendar then.
All right, item number 9.
Item number 9 is public comment on items not scheduled on the agenda. Is there any member of the public that would like to address a matter that is not on the agenda, please?
If you'd like to speak on a matter that's not on the agenda, please make your way down, state your name, and then you may begin.
Deborah Stout-Meininger, community advocate, citizen scientist. What I still am not happy about is the fact that everybody's focusing on a vaccine, which may or may not really happen, because I was going through the notes and all the parameters on some of those vaccines that are just about ready to come out to market and some that already have. And that's in addition to the Chinese back in January of this year bragging that they would have a vaccine out on the market in April for everybody who wanted to pay for it, even though they supposedly didn't know anything about it in January. But the fact is that the people have still been deprived of the antivirals and the other medication that could help to help for like the teachers, like the hydrochloroquine and the zinc, to avoid getting the virus or getting it very badly, so that we don't have a bigger number of teachers dying than we do of the elderly in the nursing homes. The fact is, anybody who had those double vaccines back in 2018 or 2019 are very much at risk to get that autoimmune syndrome afterwards. And unfortunately, the medical world is still not, in the United States, is still not allowed to give out information that that's an autoimmune syndrome, and that what can be given as far as the steroid type medication that's used for like asthmatics, that the Oxford people had very good luck with in England. But we're not doing anything. We're not giving people the things they need to survive, to get over this, to not die a slow, ugly, painful death. Just for the medications that they disallowed the doctors to bring up to Trump. Dr. Reich, he wrote, tens of thousands of patients with COVID are dying unnecessarily. Fortunately, the situation can be reversed easily and quickly. I'm referring, of course, to the medication hydrochloroquine. When this inexpensive oral medication is given very early in the course of illness, it is shown to be highly effective, especially when given in combination with the antibiotics, azathioprine or doxycycline, and the nutritional supplement zinc. That's just the beginning part. The rest of it has been squelched as well. The doctor in New York who brought up the multi-organ inflammatory syndrome that he was seeing in the children who were dying of heart attacks from inflamed hearts, 8 and 9 years old. There's hundreds of children that have died. They said up to 300 back in March. Now they're saying only 100, but there's 7,000 children documented as having the COVID virus.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak on a matter that's not on the agenda? Seeing none, item number 10. Let's get ready to rumble.
So item number 10 is the department committee reports and non-action items. 10A, 2021 budget hearing number 2, budget reports and department office critical needs and presentations. Nikki Simmons, County Controller, and then I do believe we have posted in the backup material a schedule of the different department and offices in order.
Ms. Simmons.
Good morning, Commissioners. Nikki Simmons, County Controller. Really excited to be in front of you today to kick off budget hearing number 2 for the 2021 original adopted budget. Today you'll be hearing from 10 to 11 departments and offices, depending on time. We have these scheduled until 3:45, but we're hoping to go a little bit quicker than that. But wanted to make sure each office had plenty of time to to tell you what's going on in their offices and what their needs are in their budgets. What you'll be hearing from them today is any mandates that are upon them, any critical needs that they have, and explaining the needs for the funding going forward into 2021 and forward. And so, because you haven't heard enough from him already today, our first person to present to you is our clerk and recorder, Chuck Borman.
Looking forward to cutting some FTE here. Be nice.
Commissioner Waller, County Commissioner, thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. And if we have to cut FTEs, Mr. Waller, it's because we're still waiting for you to pay your registration on your vehicle. All right,
I pay for your company picnic every year with the late fees there.
All right, let's rock and roll. So, all right. Can I get control here? All right, oops. You know, our office seeks to provide the best customer service possible. We are not your typical DMV. We get reports, each and every day of the tremendous service our citizens receive, whether they're in our recording department, our elections, or our motor vehicle office, where we service hundreds of thousands of people every year. And we're able to do that because of our amazing staff that works very hard to make us different, makes us special in the realm of government agencies. So the next couple pages, we're going to talk about our organizational structure and our various operations. So that is our org chart. We have 183 full-time and part-time folks, 147 full-time folks. I do have a number of positions that are open, especially in the motor vehicle area. So if you are interested in county government and serving people and being part of an exceptional organization that does things a bit different than other governmental agencies, especially in the motor vehicle realm, please go to the El Paso County website and look at our offerings. We have our election department that is headed up by Angie Lee. She does all that she does with just 10 staff members, and that contrasts with Denver County, which has 26 people for a similar size electorate. So we do a lot with a little. Jimmy Van Buskert has also 10 people in his department, in the recording department, that records documents, does marriage license. We'll talk a little bit more about them in detail. Kelly Lindgren has been with our office for 16 years. She heads up our largest department. That's our motor vehicle services department. And our fine Christy Smart is our clerk to the board and does our board of equalization, and she has one staff member to keep the trains running and going straight ahead. Tricia Sierra is our accounting manager that does all our finance and makes sure that we distribute all our funds to the necessary governmental entities. And then Christy Ridlin heads up our communications department, and she has one employee that helps her. Our motor vehicle department helps citizens register their vehicles, process registration renewals, renew driver's license, which is not a requirement of our office. That's something that we take on to offer as a service to our citizens because we can do it in a very expeditious way. We issue plates and handicap placards. El Paso County has 4 offices. We used to have one here, but because of COVID and the need to maintain appropriate social distancing, we can't quite do that, and we're working on expanding our office at the Citizen Service Center to make up for that capacity that we're losing. We are the only place in the state that offers Saturday office hours, and to service our citizens during this environment, we went from 8 to 1 to 8 to 5 p.m. to try and service as many people as possible. And we have 10 24/7 kiosks that people can renew their registrations rather than coming into our office. Our election office oversees and administers elections for El Paso County. The 6-time award-winning department maintains voter registration system for the county, prepares and mails ballots, hosts voter service and polling centers, and provides accurate results for our elections. Elections can also be counted on administering elections for special districts as requested. I can't see. Oops. Our communications department reviews and answers inquiries from the press, the public, and other groups. They fulfill open records requests that are made to our office. They inform the public through outreach and other programs, tracks our legislation that goes through our General Assembly, and any other assistance where needed. They are also used to do our ballot proofing before we send out ballots, an extra set of eyes to help make sure everything is accurate. Our operations supports all the other departments by maintaining our facilities, our buildings, offering specific technical support like IT support, ordering supplies, providing logistical support for our vote centers, office locations, and more. And our finance department tracks, accounts for, and disperses revenue, administer payrolls and benefits. How do we do all these things? Where do we come from that we're allowed to do these things? So it's in Colorado Revised Statute. Our general clerk and recorder offices and fees are covered under Title 30. Motor vehicle, including driver's license, is governed by Title 42. Elections is governed by Title I of the Colorado Revised Statute. Recording is governed by Title 30, Title 38, and Title 14. And our clerk of the board functions is also governed by Title 30, and the Board of Equalization process is governed by Title 39 in the statutes. Past requests from our office. We have asked over the years to upgrade our phone system, and due to COVID, we've relied on that ever so more. We would see pre-COVID about 400 calls. Now we're seeing upwards to 800. We have additional staff, but the system is not really geared for a call center type or phone bank type operation. There is software that can do that, but with the great work of our county IT department, Jeff Eckert and his staff, they're working on developing a no-cost or low-cost option that'll give us some of that functionality. So we're not making a request this year. I just want to note it that we're looking to do things differently so that we can save the county that cost. It will give us the function to be able to automatically call back a citizen. It also will let them know what number they are in the queue, like they're number 15th in the queue, and the wait time is estimated to be 20 minutes, so they kind of know how long they might expect to be on the line. And then, because we're doing motor vehicle and recording services by appointments, the ability by phone to make appointments there rather than going on to the network and make an appointment. Kronos, we've been looking for a number of years an option to allow us to track and pay our election judges. It's a separate, distinct module. They get paid on the opposite week as our county employees. It helps to service 600 temporary employees. That cost is about $120,000, but we've decided rather than incur that cost for the county, we hired a part-time tech that can take care of that appropriately. So that's another way that we're not having to make that request this year and being fiscally responsible with the tax dollars that are given to the county. Some numbers that we operate by. In the recording area, we had a sizable increase so far in recording, both in documents recorded and processed, people asking for copies of documents. And why is that? Because of the very, very low interest rates. People are refinancing their mortgages to get cash out to enjoy the lower interest rates and have a little extra spending money. Also, many people are using that equity in their home to help keep afloat their small business during this trying time. So we've seen extreme increases in activity in our recording area. Marriage licenses are about the same, a little over 6,700 marriages, about the same as we've done in other years. Vehicles continue to grow as a county. We're continuing to grow at about 2.5% as a population and about that much in vehicles that we register. Driver's license, last year we did almost 100,000. This year we've done less, part because of COVID, part because of changes in the Department of Revenue. To keep people safe, they allow people over 60 that used to automatically have to come into our office and do the vision test and other tests to make sure they're still certified to drive. Due to COVID, because that is a portion of the population that is vulnerable, they can go and renew this for the next couple of years online. So there's a reduction in activity due to that, and also more people are going online and renewing services. But we project that next year we'll probably bounce back. You have a question?
Yes.
I do.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Commissioner Bremer.
So does this number reflect the actual ones that are processed in your office and not reflective of online transactions?
Correct.
So a total number of driver's license issued to El Paso County residents is not this number?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Most certainly. Voter service and polling centers. This year we're going to have 35 for our general election, but on coordinated elections we have fewer. We have had 8 last year, and next year we have just 1 election, so we'll have the 8 VSPCs to service our citizens. Registered voters, we're well on our way to 450,000. We're at 437,000 as of last night, and I do expect that we will hit and probably exceed that 450,000 by Election Day. And in the area of earned media, this is our communications department. Christy Ridlin and ML Black do a great job of getting us earned media, something that we don't have to pay for, to let people know about their options, their services they can receive from our office, especially in the areas of motor vehicle and elections. So they do a great job of getting that free media for our office. Blake, I don't know why it's not scrolling there. Just a few other little numbers for your consideration. We're at 75% of what our throughput has been before COVID. We in 2019 did 440,000 transactions. Currently, we're at 240,000. We project that by the end of the year we'll be at 300,000. That's about what the rest of the state is seeing through the state offices and through other counties, is about 75% of the capacity. Some people are going online. Some people are not making those purchases, but we're able to handle it right now. One area that's picking up some of that slack is our kiosks. Last year, we did 55,000. So far this year, we've done 63,000 transactions on our kiosks. We think we'll get to 70,000 through our 10 kiosks that we have throughout the community. Driver's license, like I said earlier, we project we're going to hit 60,000. Currently, we're at 47,000. E-services, on a typical day, we would do 500 or 600 transactions the citizens would in the motor vehicle area. That's doubled. Most days it's over 1,000 to 1,200, so people are utilizing those services to keep them safe. And then our phone transactions have been very busy. We'll service almost 31,000 people via the phone. And then people still renew their registration by mail. 74,000 people this year will renew their vehicle registration by the mail. While number of transactions are less, revenue, while we started to see a dip because of COVID, has come back rather strongly. So while we are not at the numbers we were last year, we're definitely above 2 years ago in the amount of revenue that we have year to date to the same time. I want to show you dealer transactions. So the impact of COVID on our small businesses, our dealers, you can see the trend was down, but over the last number of weeks, you're starting to see that tick up. Numbers are that dealerships are down 16% for the year, but they're starting to see a rebound because it is actually cheaper to buy a new car than a newer used car because of the financing. So we're seeing a lot more new cars that have more value, and that's why the revenue has still been pretty high, because the taxable value on a new car is higher than a used car. Recording, as I mentioned before, we've had a significant amount of increase in activity because of people refinancing their mortgage loans. Elections, we've had record results in the 3 elections that we're having this year. First time in 20 years, we had a little over 200,000 people that voted in our election. Our state primary was a record. The last election before this was around 165,000, so increased number of people having their voice heard in the primary. Presidential election, we project 375,000. I think we're actually going to go over that at this point based on what we're seeing. And then next year we just have the single election. So not asking for anything other than consideration for our employees. The challenges I have in retaining staff, especially in motor vehicle, I train some exceptional people, and other entities covet them. They like the good work that they do, the great customer service, and how well they do it. So we see many dealerships and financial institutions that employ our folks away often at $3 or $4 more an hour. So anything you can help us with to consider so that we can continue to recruit and develop and retain people would be much appreciated. So with that, is there any questions for me?
Anything for the clerk and recorder? See none. Thank you very much. Oh, Commissioner Vanderwerf, of course.
Just want to say thanks.
Thank you.
Great work, and considering the challenges that we've had, these are still really good numbers. I mean, some ups and downs, some tough moments, but I mean, the number of people that have come to an in-person transaction in your offices and having no outbreaks through all of that, that's really fantastic. So appreciate everything that you and the team are doing.
Thank you. We do a lot of work to keep our people safe. We want to honor their work that they do by doing things in a safe way. We work hard to keep our areas clean and free so that they can go home to their family every night and enjoy themselves. So thank you.
Thank you very much for all you do, and thanks for the great presentation.
Thank you.
Who's next? I'm guessing the sheriff's office.
Yes, so Commissioners, and I won't come up between each one to introduce the next people. We'll just go with the schedule. I did want to say, though, one thing I inadvertently missed saying earlier is that all of these presentations that you guys are seeing right here are already available online on the county's budget website. If you have anybody watching or wanting to follow along with those or want to access them later, they are all out when you go to elpasoco.com and go to the county's budget site. All of these presentations are out there. So we welcome feedback from the citizens. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. So I'll turn it over to our Under Sheriff Pete Carey and Bureau Chief Joe Roybal to go through the sheriff's presentation.
Wow, do you not have enough money to eat over at the sheriff's office there? You are looking great. Wow. How many pounds?
He's working me pretty hard.
That's right, yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Under Sheriff Pete Carey. It's an honor to be here today and present our 2021 budget and critical needs. I promise this will be pretty brief. With me, I have Bureau Chief Joe Roybal. He'll actually be getting to the nuts and bolts with the dollars and all that, but we will be pretty quick. Sheriff Elder sends his regrets. He's not able to be here today. He has a date right now with the surgeon up in Denver. He's okay, but he's going to be out of commission for a day or two, a week or two. We'll see, but
a while.
Yeah, a while. But he sends his regrets. He'd love to be here. So, without any pause, I'll turn it over to Chief Joe Roybal, and he'll get started. Joe.
Good morning, Commissioners.
How are you doing, Chief Roybal?
I'm doing great. We'll start off with our organizational chart. Some minor changes from last year. I'll go over the totals of our authorized personnel. We have 539 sworn authorized and 307 civilian positions. The state statute. These, of course, are the duties and responsibilities outlined by the state, or as mandated by the state. We've gone over these every year. Any questions on those? You execute writs, fire warden, obviously the jail, maintain peace, preserve peace. So our strategic plan and goals, we're going to continue with the DFIT, which is the Deadly Force Investigation Team for the 4th Judicial District. That seems to be very successful. All the law enforcement agencies within the county and the 4th Judicial District work to investigate any deadly force incident. That way we don't investigate our own, and it's an unbiased investigation and opinion that's presented to the DA's office. Gateways to the Rockies, that is a partnership with local vendors for our incarcerated population, where they have an opportunity to go out, earn some money. They keep a portion of that, and the portion goes back to the office to support that program, pay for the personnel, as well as pay for some critical mental health programs such as addiction therapy and how to be successful once they are out of our facility and live amongst the community. Continuing on with that, we're working with local law enforcement agencies of eastern El Paso County, mainly for marijuana drug interdiction, the combating of illegal marijuana grows. Last year, in 19, we seized over 7,000 plants, over 1,800 pounds, and 51 arrests from that cooperation with the rural enforcement and outreach deputies, as well as with Metro VNI. What does this year look like? Well, obviously, it's a big change due to COVID, especially in the jail. We see in 18, we had a population over 1,600, in 19 that grew over 17. Right now, we're down to 12 as an average daily population. And we expect that to go down because in January and February, our population was still up near 1,700. So as we move through the year, that number should drop a little less, and the next year back up close to 1,400 again. We're hopeful that number does not climb. Of course, that's just a projection. Things that could impact that, obviously COVID, but also legislation that we anticipate to be introduced next year regarding crimes and levels of crimes for incarceration of our citizens. So we just don't know exactly what that number will look like, but it will be impacted both by legislation and COVID. How does this impact law enforcement? As far as calls for service, we actually saw an increase, and we anticipate an increase for next year. It remained flat, really on line with the numbers of 18, dropped about 1,500 from last year. That's to be anticipated as people stay home. They're not out and about through the community. Case reports, those are slightly up, and that's because people call in. The community has the opportunity to report telephonically those crimes. So even though we're not out as much because of calls for service, the community is calling in and reporting those crimes, which we are handling via over the phone. CHPs. I have many years experience with CHP, concealed handgun permits. This is nothing new. I will go out and say, during the presidential election year, these numbers seem to climb every year. Back in 13, when we had legislation impacting handguns, that number climbed. I was the supervisor back then when that happened, and now I'm the chief responsible for that. We anticipate over 52,000 citizens having concealed handgun permits next year, almost 50,000 by the end of this year, which is up about 2,500 from 18. No surprise there. Sure. Yep.
Thanks, Joe. I'm going to run through pretty quickly a couple of slides on budgetary challenges in 2021. And obviously, probably the biggest one is simply managing within the general fund and public safety tax through the preliminary balanced budget. So we're a little bit worried. There's a couple of things that are possibly going to be coming in a little bit higher, but we will manage that. For 2021, we anticipate continued impact from COVID-19, segregation, administrative segregations. Joe and I were talking yesterday about the number of people when they come in, they're either exhibiting symptoms or not, that we have to keep separate so they don't have the whole population in danger. And on any given day, that could be 30 to 50 people that we're watching closely. So there's a lot of testing that's going on with both inmates and employees. We had an incident last week in which a significant amount of money had to be spent just to test everybody. So we expect that's going to continue in 2021. We're still negotiating the jail medical contract for 2021. We know there's going to be about a $236,000 increase in the food contract, so we'll deal with that. And again, at kind of a dull roar, but at a constant pace, we're always dealing with homelessness and mental health issues that impact both the law enforcement side and the detention side at the Sheriff's Office. To continue, we're still doing a great job knocking down marijuana grows out east, as well as opioid enforcement, and it keeps us very, very busy. We appreciate $100,000 ongoing appropriation from the county commissioners, and we've included that with about $256,000 from the gray and black market marijuana grant. So we do that to stretch our funding in the general fund and public safety tax. So we spend a lot of that money, as you can see, in overtime for enforcement projects, supplies and equipment, and equipment that helps us safely conduct search warrants. So one of the big areas that we're really struggling with is attracting and retaining quality personnel. Right now, as it stands, we have an attrition rate of about 4 deputy sheriffs a month that leave. Some just old guys like me that it's time for them to go. And I hear that every day about me, but I'm still here. We'll see how that goes.
Not for me.
Okay. But about 4 a month. Sometimes it's about 6 or 7 a month, depending on what's going on. And I'm not even talking about our civilian employees who come and go. But these are very, very difficult times to hire and attract and retain deputy sheriffs and police and law enforcement because of some of the events in the world. So that is why salary markets and keeping up with police salary markets and cost of living adjustments are so important for our employees. I think last weekend we gave a hiring or a written test for entry-level folks, and I wanted Joe to talk about that just for a second. I think about 100 folks showed up, and we could have used hundreds more, because when it gets whittled down and polygraph tests and things like that, we don't get what we need. But how many showed up and how many do we need?
Yeah, I'll expand on that. In any step throughout the process for recruiting, hiring, and training, recruiting and hiring, we lose anywhere from 40 to 60% of that applicant pool each stage. I'll give you specific numbers from this last testing that the undersheriff alluded to. We had 463 applicants. So citizens that went online, applied, said, yes, I'm interested in this job. Over 200 confirmed, yes, I want to come and take the test. 194 went on and scheduled themselves to take a test, so we're already below 50%. We had 48 no-shows. Obviously, they were busy, and they have the opportunity. A no-show isn't, hey, you have one scheduled appointment or testing time, and then you're done. No, we give our citizens opportunity time and time again. What we've done this time, because of COVID and the restrictions, we split the group into 50 people. 2 groups of 25 with instructors there monitoring the testing. We started at 6, then we started at 6:30 so we can practice social distancing. Very safe for our citizens. So I encourage them to continue to apply. We opened it up again because we weren't as successful as we would have liked to this last go around. So 48 no-shows, 146 actually took the test, and we have 118 that passed. So out of 463, we have 118 left in the applicant pool. That's before the background process, before drug screens, psychological exams, fitness tests. So we'll lose probably at least 50% of that, probably more like 60. So we struggle with filling our academies. I'll talk a little further on about county security and what we're doing to try to get personnel for that. Sure.
A couple of additional interesting facts regarding hiring and keeping folks around. On a national average, to hire a police officer and have them go through all the stuff that Joe just talked about, it's about 1 out of every 100 are successful across the board in the nation. And another fun fact as far as El Paso County Sheriff's Office, it costs us to hire somebody, background them, get them on board, and get them through about a 6-month post-certification, $65,000. When we get somebody who we hire and spend $65K on and they leave within a year or two, it is a really poor return on investment, which is another example of why paying them in a competitive way so they don't go to some other police department or sheriff's office is so important. So again, thank you for considering that in the 2021 budget. A couple other challenges that we anticipate in 2021 is anticipated increases in fuel and other vehicle acquisition, outfitting costs, and other services. Since Chief Roybal has been on the 5th floor, we've had a lot of conversations about updating our fleet and coming to a reasonable way to manage buying these vehicles every single year, and he's doing a really good job with trying to give us a strategic way to make sure that we're not out of cars, but the cars that the deputy sheriffs are driving are safe for emergency vehicle use. So appreciate that, Joe. Other inflationary increases are going to include extradition costs, training costs, ammunitions. We're transitioning back to a 9mm handgun, supplies, and janitorial staff. The jail staff's doing a really good job at looking at a smarter, better way to do extradition costs. We hire an outside vendor right now, and we're going to try to switch as much as we can to a video-supported way of doing business. Instead of bringing someone back from Alabama, let's put them on video or put her on video so we don't have to spend the money to get them back here and see if we can handle that. So we're working through the bugs on that, and I'm very, very hopeful in 2021 we'll actually be using that a lot more than we are now. Some opportunities to save a little bit of money. We're moving the civil unit out of the Metro building across the street to the office of the sheriff for a savings of about $20,000. That's civil's share of the rent for that building. We're going to continue to leverage some SCAAP funds to train and recruit and renovate sheriff's training facility. That's a state amount of money that we can use to upgrade jails and facilities, so we're very hopeful about that. And of course, we're going to continue to leverage marijuana enforcement budget with the black and gray market and grant funds. I tried to get an idea of how many possible grows we still have out east, but I'm still waiting for those numbers, but there's still plenty of work to be had out east with black market grows, and we're not going to ignore that in 2021. Other opportunities for next year, we'll move to a CADIS software program, and that'll result in increased accuracy and more efficient tracking of training, compliance information, and being able to do quarterly reports. And we're going to complete the second phase of radio replacement. Basically, what we did in the last year or so is we gave all of our patrol deputies the new Motorola radios, and now we're going to fit in the rest of the folks in non-patrol units, so very excited about that. And it's been a little while coming, but we're still going to complete and implement e-citation, so automated way to write tickets. One of the most dangerous things a police officer or deputy can do is stand on a busy road like 24 or 94 or I-25 and write a ticket. And if we can cut the time down to 3 or 4 minutes instead of 13 or 14 minutes, it's more convenient for the citizen and safer for our cops. So I'm very, very excited about that. And it's all automated. All that stuff goes over to the courthouse, and we don't have to send copies and things like that. We're looking with some partners to purchase some telemedicine equipment to reduce the number of hospitals sent out for inmates. Again, the hundreds and hundreds of dollars every time we send an inmate to Memorial Hospital or Penrose Hospital. We're trying to reduce that number significantly. Great partners like UC Health and County Public Health that are helping us out with that, so excited about that. And we're going to remodel the sheriff's training facility to accommodate relocating the training unit and allowing the civil unit to move into the office of the sheriff's building later this year. And one other point from the commissary fund, we're going to replace current inmate television system with handheld GTL tablets that they'll pay by the minute or by the hour to use. And we're going to get off the ground with that pretty soon too. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Roybal for some more numbers. Joe.
All right, exciting stuff, right? The numbers. Okay, difference between 20's budget and 2021. You see it's roughly just over $600,000 increase. Later on, I'll break it down as to how we got to there. Operating is an increase of $424,000 with a total of just over $1 million. That's broken down out of the general fund, just under $58,000, and public safety tax just over $23,000, which gives us our total of just shy of $81 million for 2021. Talk about how we got there. How did we get to this $1 million number? We had a decrease in personnel expenses in the amount of $1.6 million. That's due to we do not have a 27th pay period next year. And we had an increase of $859,000 from the commissioners for the cost of living for our personnel. An increase in our budget by 1.2 from county security. This hits the general fund line. However, that is a restricted budget that we will only use for county security. So even though it counts in our budget as an increase of 1.2, we will only use it for county security and protecting the buildings, the workers, the employees of our county buildings, and the citizens that do business there. Lastly,
yes, so Chief Roybal, that $859,000 in COLA increases, what are we looking at being able to do for, kind of the average deputy on the street in a percentage-wise? Are they going to be able to get a 1% raise, 2%, 3%? Can you tell us where we are there?
I can't tell you exactly where we're at the numbers because it's going to be a percentage across the board for both sworn and our civilian personnel. We want to make sure all of our employees receive the same percentage. We're still waiting on final numbers for PST. Those won't come in until later on, Mr. Chair. But as soon as we have that, working with the sheriff, with the undersheriff, we're trying to hone in on that number. I just can't, publicly, I don't want to give a number and be held to that.
That would be wrong.
The numbers just don't make it possible. Finally, $650,000 was removed from our budget. That's the anticipated revenues we would have received for operating the work release program. However, we anticipate a budget. We spent over $1 million annually operating work release. So even though we were given $650,000 for our budget, it cost the sheriff's office $350,000 out of our budget to operate that between personnel and operating costs such as rent for the building and equipment. Critical needs. The sheriff's office doesn't have a critical need, the county has a critical need, and that's what we've worked with you all to accomplish, and that's the county security. We currently have a contract with the company to fulfill some of the vacancies that we have in personnel and make sure we cover our security needs across the county buildings. The security services throughout the county continue to increase yearly. And in order to provide the necessary security, there's a need to increase sworn security staff by at least 6 in order to fulfill the requests from department managers, elected officials, and the courthouse. For example, if we get a high-profile case, judges ask that we escort the jury pool and the jurors, which we completely understand, make sure they get safely to their vehicles out of the building. We're going to do this by providing well-trained personnel and increasing staff to appropriate levels. The security and safety of the county employees, our community within the facilities will greatly increase and provide a safer and more secure environment. We're in the process of working with county administrator, county attorneys, of transitioning from security personnel to sworn deputy sheriffs in all of our buildings. So instead of the blue shirts, you're going to see the gray shirts and the badge. We're hopeful we have that done within 2 years, but going back to recruiting, hiring, and training, that's where we don't have control of. The example I gave earlier of the last testing, out of over 400, we have just over 100 applicants. That must fulfill the need of the jail, patrol, and county security now. So we feed the jail with non-cert. We pull people out of the jail, train them to be post-certified deputy sheriffs for patrol. Those people will then go to patrol. We also have to feed out of the academy the jail. People from the jail will go and transition into county security. So when our citizens go out, say on Powers or the Citizen Service Center, they're going to see a sworn deputy sheriff there. That's the plan. We believe the community will feel much safer. Hopefully, all of our employees that work those facilities feel much safer. And what that does is allows us to investigate crimes, make arrests, where currently we don't have that option with county security. So we think it's a really good plan. Again, going back to that 1.2, that's the start of this transition. We reviewed the 5-year plan for county security, and we're following that. The first step in that phase is to eliminate the contract and replace the contracted county security guards with non-certified deputy sheriffs. That's phase 1. Then we'll increase, hopefully, to get to that 6 number by the late next year, early 22, and continue to replace our security personnel with deputy sheriffs. Any questions for us?
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the update. Very good. My 2 concerns are whether it's in this or in a longer-term 5-year plan, any costs that need to be addressed for the passage of 217, make sure that those costs are included, that we're addressing those, or if they needed to be in a 5-year plan, make sure they're addressed. And then with a lot of the incidents over the summer, discussions about additional training for law enforcement personnel, if there's any considerations for that, for additional training. I know we have a very professional organization here, but there's probably some areas we perhaps around the country, everywhere, law enforcement improvement, maybe in some training. If those issues, from what we learned about over the incidents of the summer, can be addressed in any training dollars. So, but those are my only concerns. It looks very good, and I appreciate all the great work.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Thanks for your comments. Again, we're keeping close track of the bill 217 and what that means. I've had a lot of conversations with our county attorney about the possibility of litigation going up. So we're watching it very closely. I can tell you just in the last few months, when, for example, there's a use of force, either in the jail or in patrol, other deputy sheriffs are concerned about it. They're reporting it just to make sure they're in compliance with 217. So we've got a pretty solid program for de-escalation training and bias-based policing that we're using. And I've asked for some help from county attorney and others to address some issues with our new supervisors too, so they know what to watch, what to report, and all that. So I think we're on top of it, sir.
Of course, Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, with coronavirus, it's just been difficult to talk about some of the other challenges that you have traditionally had. One of those is illegal marijuana grows, and we used to get regular updates on kind of how many were out there and how many we are working on addressing, taking down, closing, whatever the term is that you would like to use. I just would be interested in kind of an update on kind of how that has what's taken place with regard to that over this year. I assume it probably hasn't changed very much. It's just that it's been kind of a secondary topic compared to all of the other challenges that we've had. But I'd be interested in knowing where that has been. And then on another topic, with some of the challenges that we've had with regard to law enforcement relationships with communities, I want to applaud you for the great work that you've done there. I've seen some of it in person. I've been to some of the Coffee with a Cop events that you've been to. But that's another one of those things that, with coronavirus, I just haven't heard much about what's going on there, and perhaps it's a lot harder to do because they were traditionally kind of in-person events. But there's no question about the importance of maximum engagement that you can afford to do, right, with a community. I think it's really important for the communities also to invite law enforcement to their events and to have those conversations so that people know each other, maybe even on a first-name basis, so that we keep tight in those relationships. So I'd be interested in an understanding about kind of the status of what you were able to do this year or what wasn't able to be accomplished this year because of coronavirus, and what your plans are going forward, because that relationship is so critical. And I know prior to coronavirus, again, I'll make the point, I saw you guys doing that and engaged in it. I thought it was wonderful. I'm just interested in hearing a little bit more about, your plans for going forward with that.
I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Van der Werf. I'm going to start with the one about community involvement and interaction and things like that. And we're blessed to live in a community where we're supported, our deputy sheriffs, and we work hard, and we don't take that for granted. In the last couple of months, Sheriff Elder has made a great move to assign Bureau Chief Cliff Northam to oversee our community interaction program. And I was looking to see if Cliff is here. He's not, but we've had some subsequent conversations with our county administrator about rolling out a countywide program involving some of the skills that Cliff brings to the table. But he is doing exactly what you just said. We're actually putting together and hiring someone to help us do community conversations. I don't know how much it means to the community when I say we're doing a great job in Eastern El Paso County or in security or Widefield. We need the community to say, yeah, you are, accept this or accept that. So Cliff is the guy that's rolling his sleeves up and trying to determine exactly where we are at in the level of comfort that people feel with the sheriff's office and the level of safety they feel in the county and things like that. And he's got some great ideas. And what I can do is put together a little bit of a fact sheet on what Cliff's doing and what he's got in the pipe right now. And again, Amy's been a big help in trying to get us to move forward on that. And as far as your marijuana question, trust that it's in the forefront. We still do a lot of activity. I'm going to turn it over to an old narc here, Joe, to tell you exactly what's going on out east.
Thanks, Undersheriff. We are in the process of gathering those numbers. I asked for a year to date. Obviously, we can't do an annual because we're not done yet, but we are gathering that information, which includes our patrol, RIO, which is Rural Enforcement and Outreach, as well as Metro Vice Narcotics. So we are gathering that for you, Commissioner. We will have it. This Saturday I had the great opportunity to represent Sheriff Elder at Back the Blue at Freeman Ranch. And those people, of course, they were backing the blue, so they're friendly. But all of them could not speak more highly of our RIO program and the efforts we're doing out east to combat illegal marijuana. I had many, I couldn't even say how many people coming up are grateful that the sheriff has implemented that program and wanted reassurance that we would continue to do that with RIO, have a dedicated team out there identifying those illegal marijuana grows, and I assure you Sheriff Elder is dedicated to that. I assured the citizens out there that we will continue to do that, and they were very grateful and couldn't be more appreciative. So it was a great event, and I was very proud to be out there.
We'll make a note of trying to get a monthly report in front of the Board of County Commissioners on exactly what the activity level is, what we anticipate coming up, and what we think the numbers are.
Thank you. And I think you said monthly. I don't know that I need it that often, but something periodic.
Okay.
Maybe quarterly, maybe twice a year, something like that. But just kind of keep us
yes, sir.
In the loop. I'd appreciate it. And I also want to just express my gratitude for the Beacon units, the behavioral health program that you've got going. I've been looking at those numbers, being on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and so forth. The de-escalation percentages, as opposed to going to some other place that's not as good, is fantastic. I know there's a lot of interest in it. I think we're in the process, or maybe have already created a second unit.
Yes.
I understand the city of Fountain is considering a third unit in their budget deliberations this year. I think those are really outstanding. Of course, the idea is dealing with people that have mental health issues that might also now, at that particular moment in time from the 911 call or whatever, also have a law enforcement challenge involved in their behavior. So I just think that's really great. I know you're running that on a grant program that's got several years behind it, which is great, and I don't think it's a budget deliberation for 2021, but sometime down the road we're going to have to talk about how we continue those and get them funded, and because from what I can tell, the data coming out of it's really good.
Absolutely, and just from a business sense model, I'm keeping people from business to the emergency departments. It's well worth the money. guesstimated a couple of years ago when I was at CSPD that I'd taken someone to the emergency department and staffing and all the other things. It's around $2,000 to drop somebody off and then to plan a couple of deputies there. So just from the business sense of it, but it's the right thing to do in the community. We have the right person running that. Carrie Butler's doing a great job. Hands down, probably one of the best programs that Sheriff Elder has put together in the last 7 years. So we'll continue. We have a second unit. We have an MOU that we're finalizing with Fountain, and they're going to help us out down there as we will help them out. So it's really going well, and I appreciate your comments. I'll forward them to Carrie.
All right. Any other questions for the Sheriff's Office? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ms. Simmons? I don't see anybody from the DA's office here. Are we going to do planning unit development next? Mr. Dawsey.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I am Craig Dawson, Executive Director of Planning and Community Development. Happy to be batting third in the order today. I think in the batting order, I've never batted third before, so this is certainly an upgrade for me. What was that? In terms of organizational layout of our department, we have a deputy director, and then we have 4 divisions within the department. You, I believe, are very familiar with at least 3 of them. The planning group, which we currently have 6 planners fulfilling that role, as well as a supervisor, manager. We have our code enforcement division, which is represented by a supervisor and 3 code enforcement officers covering the entire county. And then within our engineering group, we have a group manager, and then that manager supervises 4 full-time and 1 part-time engineer, and then a inspection supervisor and 3 inspectors. And then lastly, and probably the group you see the least, is our administrative staff. We have 6 full-time and 1 part-time, as well as a supervisor. And this does represent an increase of 2 positions from last year. Last year, you were all kind enough to give us 2 additional FTEs, which we have finally filled. We'll get into that a little bit more later. But there were some challenges this year in filling some of those positions. So in terms of operations, what each of those groups does on a daily basis, I think you're very familiar with the planning group. They're in front of you all the time doing presentations, writing staff reports. They're working with the public on a daily basis. They're working with the development community. They are essentially the project managers for everything. They take everything from cradle to grave, so from the first conversation that we have with the developer or mom and pa at the front counter all the way until construction or sign off at the CO. Those planners are involved in every one of those. They have a little bit bigger role when it comes to looking at our 1041 applications that we take in. They are the primary group responsible for processing those and getting those either to me for an approval, or if I elevate it, to you all for an approval. They look at everything with regard to consistency with the master plan, which we all know is going to be changing here really soon. They also are predominantly the group that's responsible for bringing special district service plans to you all in collaboration with Diana's group at the county attorney's office. Our engineering group, they speak a different language, which is a good thing. They're the ones that make sure that new construction is safe. That we're in compliance with all of our stormwater regulations. We now work hand in hand with the stormwater group out at the Department of Public Works, and we're still transitioning that full review out to that group. But work very closely with them, because whether it's water volume or water quality, the ponds and the rain coming from the sky does not know the difference. So we have to work very closely with them. They also help participate in drafting the staff reports that you all see. You see a lot of sections regarding transportation, drainage, those kind of things. And you will see them make presentations from time to time, particularly if there's issues or larger scale considerations regarding engineering. The other three groups, as I mentioned, we have our inspection staff, our code enforcement staff, and our admin staff. Our inspections group is made up of 4 people that, frankly, is a lot of work. When you look at how much is happening out in the real world today, it's, we're really at an all-time high. You talk to the developers and the builders. This was a banner year. Despite all reasonable thought, it really defies logic how busy we were out in the field. And so these folks were definitely, they felt that workload. They have a very important job. A lot of times they're kind of the unseen group. They're out in the field inspecting improvements, but they're also managing the financial assurances that we take in, making sure that the amount that we're taking in is appropriate, working with our engineers, but also the release of that financial assurance. And we're only doing that once we know for certain that we have a quality product that the county will be accepting. So it's a very important role. And I mean, we're talking millions and millions of dollars every year that we have to process. And they work with our admin staff to manage all of those dollars. The bottom bullet there, we are also working at the inspection level with the stormwater group at Department of Public Works. That is something, again, that we're tied at the hip with them. We think that's a good thing. It helps to transition projects from the kind of the construction side of things into long-term maintenance of some of these stormwater improvements. Every year I do a presentation, kind of my end-of-year presentation to you all and to the Planning Commission. And a lot of times I'll show pictures of some of the cleanups that we've done out in the real world. Those are being done by our code enforcement staff. This year's been a little bit more challenging for obvious reasons, and I'll get into some, what the cleanups will look like this year and moving forward. But we haven't stopped doing that. We're still doing that. We're trying to be a little bit more appreciative of people's circumstances, but most of the ones that we had this year, frankly, have been out there for quite a while. So you see that. You've had Mindy up here presenting some of those cleanup efforts. Really, we're looking at rubbish and weeds as well as inoperable vehicles. There are some zoning enforcements that go on, but those are really more the kind of the minor side of things. And then lastly, our administrative staff, they support all of the functions in the department. They're the ones responsible for doing those over-the-counter reviews for things like decks and single-family homes. They've been very busy this year. We're starting to see a little bit of a tapering off right now, but in large part, during COVID, we didn't shut down at all. We were fully operational with EDARP. I think that's extremely noteworthy. I've been on webinars with planning offices around the state, especially when the stay-at-home order first took effect, and there were offices that were closing for days, weeks, and even up to a month. So I think that's very noteworthy that we were able to continue providing that service all the way from larger developments all the way up to our front counter. Any questions on any of the operations? Okay, moving along. As you can imagine, there are a lot of mandates, whether you talk about local mandates, regulations that drive what we do, but there's also state statutes that cover a lot of what we do. This is obviously just a pretty short list. It actually is a lot longer than this. Probably the ones of significance here are with regard to the allowances for zoning, enforcement of zoning, our subdivision regulations, 1041 regulations, which were adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, and then our ordinances that we enforce through code enforcement for rubbish, weeds, and brush. Any questions on any of that? Okay. There are 2 strategic plan goals that really apply to what we do. The first is partnering with some of the local municipalities to help try to create some sense of uniformity in terms of the regulatory structure. Obviously, there's some challenges there. We're a statutory county. A lot of the municipalities are home rule. But I think we've seen some ground gained in that area. We've been involved in some of the efforts by the various municipalities locally to kind of weigh in on some of their regulatory changes, as well as some of their long-range planning efforts. I think having the meetings that we've had quarterly And there were some challenges during COVID in doing some of this. Everyone was just very busy, but I think it's actually brought everybody to the table. We've had some pretty great conversations, and with regard to some of the jurisdictions, I think it's really improved our coordination on annexations. I know for a fact that I think it created some of the relationships that helped us better inform our own master plan. As recent as yesterday, we actually sat down with the town of Monument to talk about future annexations in that area. So I think those relationships are better than they've been in the past, and I think overall it's going to benefit the region. The second goal is basically says to continue modifying or evaluating our regulations to make them more business friendly, get rid of some of the red tape. You know, I think some people would always say that no matter what you do, that's going to be there, but we really do try to do that. We did a whole bunch of code amendments in 2019 and even early 2020. All of those came to you all. We've gone in 2020. We've gone through the process of recodifying the entire land development code. We expect that to be finished very soon. As you can imagine, that's a pretty big effort, going through and making sure that all the edits that we sent them are actually being implemented, to make sure that what we put out there on the internet is an accurate reflection of what the regulations are. Currently, we're working with the fire districts as well as the HBA to draft amendments to the fire district review of development applications in our land development code. This really came up as more of an emphasis in those areas that are not currently within a fire district, and how do we handle those, and working with the sheriff's office, who has traditionally reviewed those. So you'll be seeing those very soon. Won't go into great detail on that, but that's an ongoing effort that we expect you'll see hopefully by the end of the year even. And then lastly, we're finalizing an RFP to work on a rewrite of our landscaping regulations. If you recall, this is a implementation measure of our water master plan to emphasize conservation of water, but also to have regulations that better reflect the various scenarios that present themselves in the county with regard to climate, soil type, and available water. Right now, our regulations apply whether you're developing at the top of Pikes Peak or down by the Pueblo County line. So we're going to provide a little bit more flexibility, but also try to emphasize some of the goals and policies from the Water Master Plan as we work on rewriting those regulations. Any questions on either of those strategic plan goals?
Of course. Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you. On page 6, this is Strategy A, partner with local municipalities. So I do see Colorado Springs Fountain and Monument, and maybe I missed it in your comments, but I don't see Green Mountain Falls and Manitou Springs. Do they not have their own code? I could probably see that in Green Mountain Falls, but I thought Manitou did.
They do. You know, it's really been when they're exploring change in their regulations. You know, in some cases, quite frankly, we've kind of had to insert ourselves. I think a lot of times we're sort of forgotten in terms of how it might affect, whatever they might do from a regulation standpoint might affect residents that are in the nearby areas of the county. It would include Manitou Springs. I didn't intentionally exclude them.
Oh, okay.
These have just been the efforts that we've seen recently that we've been working with them in terms of collaboration.
Okay, so there's collaboration going on there.
Yeah,
so.
absolutely. And we're doing the same thing. We actually did a video meeting with all of the jurisdictions to talk about what we're doing in the master plan, and Manitou Springs was represented in that discussion. So there's a lot of conversations. It's more topical. It seems like, you know, most of the day-to-day things we don't get involved in because that's their zoning and their subdivision regulations. But in these bigger picture things, I think it's really improved in terms of the relationships.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things I talk about usually at my end of year presentation and try to show you some of the projections is the revenues that we're experiencing. For 2020, you can see that each of our budgeted amounts for each of the application types, we're exceeding except for the type Cs. I'm not sure. Actually, that's actual through this year. So projected by the end of the year, we will be exceeding our budgeted, beginning of the year budgeted amounts for every one of these development applications. This goes to what I was talking about. It's extremely busy out there, whether you're talking about the small level applications at the front counter all the way up to our bigger ones. So, you know, on the ones that you see are typically the type Ds. Those are the hearing-based ones. Through September 22nd, we were at $369,000 in terms of revenue on those application types. We were budgeted for $400 for the entire year. So as of right now, we're looking at about a $300,000 revenue surplus on top of what we originally budgeted. So it's indicative of a very high workload. I think the 2 additional positions that you gave us last year certainly helped. You know, if we could have filled them a little sooner, it would have helped even more. We're excited about what some of the new staff are going to be moving into. There's a lot of training going on right now with a fairly inexperienced staff. You know, we may be back here this time next year looking at a staff increase in terms of FTEs, but we need to know what we have right now. We're also working, Commissioner Vanderwerf, you've asked this in the past, we're working on our cost of service reevaluation. I'm hoping to have that to you all also by the end of the year. We're very close. It's, as you can imagine, there's a lot that goes into that. We have spreadsheets that reference spreadsheets, so there's a lot of work that goes into that, but we're very close in terms of being able to bring that to the board. We have a fee schedule, is what we call it, that outlines the application fee for every development application type. That fee schedule has to be adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, so we're hoping, again, to have that to you by the end of the year. And I know you've asked about that. A lot of the reason why it's taken as long as it has, we had to wait for the full build out of EDARP to realize what our efficiencies actually are in having that program. And now that we know what that is, we've been working through the summer, through COVID, to try to finalize that. So very excited about that. I think we'll have a really good discussion about, you know, what the expectation is in terms of being able to basically pay our own way. And we'll have that discussion when we bring it to you all, hopefully before the end of the year. So in terms of code enforcement, I alluded to this a little bit earlier. We are given a amount of money, a line item, which is $50,000 every year to perform abatements, which is a fancy word for property cleanups. I think of note, and you can see here we have some that we haven't gotten to yet, but we're looking at a total ultimately about $50,000. But I think of particular note, we have received over $15,000 in repayment. That's reflective. One of them was a pretty large one, but over half of the funds that we've spent, we've actually recovered in payments back to the county without having to lien a sale of a property. So I think that's, I mean, for me, that's pretty good. If we can do that in any environment, I think that's good. I think being able to do it this year is particularly impressive.
Are these properties, are they kind of evenly distributed throughout the 5 commissioner districts, or are they aggregated more in one district than the others?
You know, Commissioner, I don't know if I have the exact stats in front of me. We certainly do it based on severity, based upon the amount of complaints that we get. You know, there's one that we just performed that I believe was in your district that was, took 6 days to perform. There was a lot of buried rubbish. So again, it's a lot of times based on severity, but in that particular case, we had trash blowing everywhere, all over all the neighboring properties. You know, there are 1 or 2 districts that are usually the focus of this, and you know, but we've had some in Black Forest. We've had some on the west side.
I'm guessing kind of out east is kind of where I was going with that. That would typically tend to be more, you know, out east and south.
Yeah, it's out east and south. We've had a kind of a recent surge of complaints in the Midway area, which I think, you know, we're going to have to address, a lot of illegal dumping. But you know, we've had some in Commissioner Bremer's district in the past too, when Commissioner Littleton was here. So we try to do the best we can with the money we have, try to make the biggest impact. But you know, a lot of times the owners, what you don't see is how many properties the owners are cleaning up themselves, just because you know, they get a notice. focus. And, you know, my favorite thing is when we go out to clean up one of these properties, you see all the neighbors grabbing a rake or a shovel or whatever, and they start cleaning up their properties. So we're hoping that that's making a difference in a lot of the neighborhoods. We're going to hopefully be transitioning sort of, you know, our role in the neighborhoods in terms of not being the heavy-handed code enforcement side, but really trying to work with some of the neighborhoods to make even better use of the dollars that we do have to try to get them to take a little bit more interest in their own neighborhood and not always make it a county thing. So look for that this next year.
And does your budget limit, you know, that $50,000 budget, does that limit the amount of these cleanups we can do, or is that just the amount of money it takes to do the cleanups that come across?
We have far more cleanups than we could fund with the 50,000.
That's what I figured.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of times it's, you know, this year was tougher with COVID. Our contractor was not willing to go to some of the properties because some of the folks had claimed that they tested positive, so we had some challenges there and some delay. This was an exceptional year for that reason, but we have more properties than we have money to clean up, frankly.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
So if you were given another $25,000, you could do another 3 or 4 homes? Or is there not enough equipment companies out there to help you do more if you were to get a few more dollars?
No, I think we certainly could. Again, it takes a lot of staff time, and we're talking about not just my staff, but Diana's staff. You know, we were down to 1 code enforcement officer in Mindy during part of this year because we lost 2 through attrition. So we're back fully staffed. We think we can handle. You know, if you were to give us more money, obviously we would put it to good use. It may be 30 properties. I would say on average, I mean, you can see here, anywhere between probably 3,000 and 5,000 is the average, but that's because we're looking at those big ticket properties that we think have a bigger impact in the neighborhood. But that's not to say that some of the smaller ones aren't important too. We're just trying to get the best bang for our buck. Any other questions on that? So in terms of our original budget for revenue, we're about 1.8 million. We're projected to exceed that this year by about 16,000. So pretty much right on. In terms of expenditures, we are, our end of year, we're looking at about 600,000, where our original projected was 879. One of the big ticket items is the balance of our master plan funds. We're going to reappropriate those for 2021 to cover the cost of rewriting our landscaping regulations. So that is not an additional critical need that I'm asking you for today. We already have the funds for that. And then from a personnel standpoint, one of the things I talked about was challenges in filling positions. You can see that we had a variance of 263,000. I mean, there you go. That's representative of the challenges that we had in filling it. And you know, we're working on some of that in terms of how to attract better staff, how to retain staff. But those are challenging positions. You know, we might post an engineering position and get 3 applications and none of them are qualified for that level of an engineering position that we posted. So there are challenges, but you know, I think we're starting to see more success in that area. We are fully staffed right now, which is something that we don't get to say very often, just because we lose staff to other jurisdictions sometimes. So very excited about what I think 2021 is going to hold in terms of staff and developing that staff to be fully functional in terms of the reviewing process. But it was a challenge this year, no doubt. Hiring has been a challenge. With that, I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Any more questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. All right, we're going to stand in recess for a comfort break. The meeting will come back to order. I think the district attorney's office is up next.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Allen from the DA's office. I'm standing in for Dan May today, who is dealing with some car issues. But frankly, the 2021 budget is going to be my budget anyway, so I'm here to talk about that budget. You know, the hallmark of service to the community that we hold close to is that we do more with less and we do the right thing. Adherence to those principles will absolutely continue under my administration. And in fact, we recently put up a quote in the entrance of our building, and in fact, you have to be inside the entrance to see it. But it's a picture of Martin Luther King Jr., and the quote is, "The time is always right to do what is right." And I think it's important that we remember that when we send our young DAs across the street to the courthouse, to keep that in mind, that they should be doing the right thing on their cases, no matter what the circumstances are on the given cases. Do the right thing. Achieve justice, whatever justice looks like for that particular case. Fiscal responsibility is a flagship principle in this community, and it's, again, echoes that doing more with less, and it's a sentiment that I absolutely believe in. Traditionally, we've been the busiest DA's office in the state of Colorado, and all indicators suggest that we will continue to have that sort of busy office going into the future. The mission statement for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office says it all, and Dan May went over this last year, but it's really to advocate for victims, collaborate with our law enforcement partners, and hold accountable those who violate the law, all in an effort to protect public safety and deter crime. We understand that the role of the prosecutor is a heavy burden, and it's a burden, though, that we're very proud to carry. When we give a closing argument to a jury, we always talk about the burden of proof that we carry into that courtroom, and we always ask them to hold us accountable to that burden of proof, and it's something that we carry into the community as well. We do a great job of working to prevent crime in our office. We have a juvenile diversion program that is second to none in the state. It was, in fact, invented in our office, and it's designed to steer juvenile offenders away from the criminal justice system. So far this year, we've had 221 participants go through the program. Another really good program that we have in our office is the Neighborhood Justice Center. It's a mediation program. We've had 316 participants come through that program this year, and it's really designed to mediate disputes between members of the community to keep those people also out of the criminal justice system. It's a pre-filing program. So if you have neighbors that are having a dispute over a fence and it's leading to potentially bad blood between them and maybe something more, we bring them in, let them mediate it, and we bring in some really good mediators to do that, and it keeps them from doing something more that would get them into the criminal justice system. I've talked a lot over the last year about the human trafficking diversion program. Unfortunately, we've had no participants this year, but over time, it's had a remarkable record of reducing recidivism in a population that is at very high risk to reoffend. One of the things that I want to make sure that we do is up our efforts in that area, because it is a high-need area. It absolutely has impact on our community, and it's something that we should be doing because it's the right thing to do. Another way that we work hard to prevent crime is giving the right people a second chance. So people that don't have prior criminal histories, if they come in with a low-level offense, we give them the second chance that they deserve to get them back on their feet and performing in a way that makes the community stronger and better and keeps them away from facing criminal charges in the 4th Judicial District. On the other hand, there are certainly types of criminals that deselect themselves from these sort of benefits based on the types of crimes they commit. And for your mind, you should be thinking about violent and career offenders. Those kind of people deserve much more attention, and we're happy to give them the attention they deserve to make sure that they are not victimizing members of our community. So your neighbors, your schools potentially, and keeping our cities and the streets safe. We derive our authority as district attorneys from the Colorado Constitution and state statute, and we're tasked with prosecuting criminal offenses here in the 4th Judicial District. The 4th Judicial District is one of 22 districts in the state. In, I think it's a year or 2 years, there will be 23 judicial districts because Douglas County will be breaking away from the 18th district, which is just north of us, adjacent. But we are the 4th district. Historically, it was obviously the 4th district created in the state, and it stretched essentially east to west across the state, clear out to Kansas. As a Colorado native and a Kansas Jayhawk educated lawyer, I'm happy to report that this used to be part of Kansas territory. So I have the best of both worlds. The 4th Judicial District does cover 2 counties, Teller and El Paso counties, with a rough population base of about 750 persons in the 4th Judicial District. Obviously, the vast majority of that population base is here in El Paso County, with Colorado Springs being the seat of the most concentrated portion of our population. All estimates suggest that Colorado Springs will be the largest city in the state in the very near future. Jumped ahead there a little bit. We have 22 law enforcement partners, 86 attorneys, 126 support staff, and 24 investigators. This is on the slide just previous, so I apologize for clicking the wrong button there, and I'm still doing it. There we go. I want to talk a little bit about our support staff and our investigators. Those are truly the unsung heroes in the office. Obviously, the attorneys are out front handling the prosecution of our cases in the courtroom and handling those sorts of efforts and being sort of in the spotlight. But nothing gets done in our office without the hard work that our investigators do and our support staff do. From intake folks, from our reception ladies in the front desk, our paralegals and legal assistants, making sure that we are timely getting our documents filed with the courts and getting our witnesses rounded up and to the courthouse in a timely manner. None of what we do in the courtroom would be possible without the hard work of those people, and they can't be thanked enough for their service. We also have 125 volunteers that serve roughly every year. They've spent over 17,000 hours working in the office on case assignments. 61 of them, in fact, were recognized with Presidential Service Awards. These are people like Al Patton, who is a retired law enforcement officer from back east, who works very, very hard helping us with listening to jail phone calls. He has a team of volunteers that listen to jail phone calls for us. And you would probably be surprised, at least some of you that haven't worked in the DA's office, like County Attorney Diana May and County Administrator Amy Folsom and Sheriff Mark Waller. People in the jail talk about all kinds of crazy things. We hear all kinds of admissions through jail phone calls, and so it's very, very important for our cases that those calls get listened to, and it's a time-intensive effort. We have 20 district court judges, which handle the felony dockets. That's roughly 7,000 of our cases per year. We have 11 county court judges, which is our misdemeanor and traffic court dockets. 4 juvenile district court judges. 4 specialty courts, which is the DUI courts, domestic violence court, veterans trauma court, which is near and dear to my heart. I was a line deputy in veterans trauma court. As a veteran of the Navy, I feel especially attuned to those folks, and we do a fantastic job. Typically, we have about 85 participants in the veterans trauma court at any one time, and we have 4 graduations per year, once each quarter, graduating roughly between 3 and sometimes up to as many as 10 veterans through that program, and it's been very, very successful at turning those people around. Recovery Court is designed to deal with people that are dealing with addiction issues. We have the drug probation program and then the HEALS program. HEALS is really designed to handle the most high-risk offenders, so people that are addiction-motivated criminals, so they might be committing property crimes to fund their efforts to get their next hit high, and it's been very, very successful at getting those people connected with the right service providers and then making sure that they are not out committing other addiction-motivated crimes in the future. We have a fantastic relationship with each and every one of our law enforcement partners here in the 4th Judicial District. We have leaders like Chris Heberer in Fountain, Colorado, just south of here. He's the police chief of Fountain PD. Chief Vince Niski in Colorado Springs, who's been a longtime law enforcement officer here in Colorado Springs. And then we have new leaders like Chief Sean Hemingway in Monument, Colorado, and Chief Brian Churchill in Manitou Springs. They do a fantastic job in their small agencies making sure that their communities are safe. And they also work very, very good with the larger law enforcement population in the 4th Judicial District, working closely with us, the Sheriff's Office, and other agencies. I do want to note Chief Bud Bright is outside of El Paso County. He's up in Cripple Creek, but I was talking to him on Friday afternoon, and he told me about a story about his efforts to help his officers make sure that his community is safe. There was a couple of young people that were sitting in a car smoking methamphetamine. They were contacted, and there was a gun that was located or seen on the floorboard of that vehicle. That obviously led to more police contact with them because it ramps up that effort. And those 2 people then got out of the car and ran different directions. The police officer that had first responded chased one of them through an alley into Cripple Creek and then underneath the car, and Chief Bud Bright is the one that actually climbed underneath that car and dragged that offender out, and in the process tore his uniform. So that really, though, speaks to the commitment that our law enforcement agencies take each and every day to make sure that our communities are safe, and it goes all the way up to the chief oftentimes. In fact, there was a story several years ago where I think Chief Pete Carey and Sheriff Bill Elder were walking down the street, I think it was on Nevada, and something happened where they actually gave a foot chase to apprehend somebody. So it really, really indicates just that commitment to law enforcement and ensuring that our community is safe. We have 9 specialty divisions in the DA's office. Our SVU, which is our Special Victims Unit, handles our sex assault cases, both adult sex assault and child sex assault cases. We have a team of attorneys assigned to that unit as well as support staff. And I'll tell you that that is the busiest trial unit in our office by far. They carry a smaller caseload because of the more pressure that those cases bring with them, and the fact that they were in a higher frequency of trial posture. So they're very, very busy. It can be an area where attorneys can get burnt out fairly quickly because of that heavy workload and the pressures of those cases. But I'll tell you that right now, our senior in that unit, Brian Cecil, is doing a fantastic job. The camaraderie that is being experienced by those attorneys in that unit currently is better than I think it's been in years. And I think that the community should be very, very proud of the efforts that we're undertaking in that unit. We also have economic crime, which handles some of our very complex cases. Occasionally we will have a COCA case, so an organized crime case that we will take to a grand jury and then prosecute through trial if need be. Those cases can be very, very intense as well, document intensive. The problem for those cases, though, oftentimes is that they are on a lower priority. So if it's an econ case is set for trial at the same time as a sex assault or a murder case, that sex assault or the murder case is going to take priority and go to trial before the economic crime case would go into a trial posture. Again, we have investigations, victim witness advocates, diversion services, NJC, which is our Neighborhood Justice Center, which I talked about earlier, our mediation program, Veterans Trauma Court, and our appellate unit. Our appellate unit does a fantastic job of working hard to appeal the cases, both in county court, those get appealed to district court, and then from district court to the appellate level. They do a fantastic job handling our appeals issues, including potentially even going up to the U.S. Supreme Court. We had a case that was potentially going to be heard, and then the Supreme Court denied hearing that case. But they were prepared, and our lead for our appellate unit was actually listed on the docket for the U.S. Supreme Court. That's Senior Doyle Baker. I should note he's also a Jayhawk-educated lawyer in our office. Major prosecution units, we have district court, which is our felony caseload, county court, misdemeanor and traffic, juvenile offenders is the juvenile division, discovery unit, that's a very, very busy unit in our office. They ensure that we get discovery out on all of our roughly 35,000 cases each year. I know that last year we talked extensively about body-worn camera issues. That is only compounding itself. I think it was Commissioner Gonzalez that asked Dan May that question last year about how that works and why do we have to have redundancy there. The area agencies process their body-worn camera, but then we have the obligation to make sure that gets discovered out to the various defense attorneys handling those cases. That is our obligation, not the police agencies. So there is some redundancy, but the effort is completely different. Other programs that we have is Not One More, which is dealing with shaken baby syndrome. It's teaching new parents at the hospitals about the dangers of shaken baby and SIDS, and that's had a dramatic decrease in those cases here in the 4th Judicial District. Human trafficking diversion that I've already talked about. Our prescription drug program is designed for people that have developed an addiction to a prescription drug and then have been picked up one time. It's sort of a pre-filing diversion program. If they're picked up one time, they are directed to not do it again and to get help for their issues. If they come back a second time, then the police agencies will bring it to us and we'll file it. So it's a way to sort of keep them out of the criminal justice system if we can. And then Kids Against Crime is a fun program. That's a program where we send volunteers out to the schools to talk to students, to let them learn about what it means to be a victim of a crime so that they can recognize it, so that they know what it feels like and what it looks like if they become victimized by somebody. And it teaches them about what to look for, how to report it, and that kind of thing. It's been very successful. So slide 9 is talking about some new programs that are coming in 2021. These are issues that I talked at length about over the past year. Intelligence-driven prosecution. I want the commissioners to know that there are no immediate costs associated with intelligence-driven prosecution effort. We're partnering with UCCS to have them help us sort of crunch the numbers. If you think about all of the cases that we get into the office, 35,000 cases, that's a ton of information. Typically, the way it stands is that they're almost siloed, though. So if a DA in one division has a case, they may not know that a witness in their case has is also a witness in another case in a division 3 doors down in the building. And so there's no way to really track that information. This will allow us to track that, hopefully identify crime drivers in the community, and then address those crime drivers in an effective way. I think that the important thing about this is that we are having a rising caseload. That's due to increased population and changes in the law. I'll talk about some of that in just a minute. But it's really will be designed to help us better allocate resources, and resources for the DA's office is our people power, to ensure that we continue to meet our goal of protecting public safety. The other big unit that we'll be adding is the animal cruelty unit. There is absolutely a need for this effort here in the 4th Judicial District. There was one big case that was highlighted up in Teller County here recently where there were 2 dogs that were dismembered. Those are extremes. We don't typically get that kind of a case here. But in 2018, we had 131 cases, 2019, 106, and then so far this year, despite COVID, we've already had 57 cases reported through September. Research does show that those committing animal cruelty are likely to reoffend against people. The unit makeup will be really a secondary assignment, and that's why I say it's not going to have an immediate increase in costs to the public. So these will be attorneys that are already working on caseloads. There will be 3 to 4 attorneys in district court that will volunteer for this unit, and then 3 to 4 attorneys in county court that will volunteer for this unit. Those county court attorneys will include all the way up the leadership chain in county court, our senior deputy DA in county court and our chief deputy DA, because really that's where most of our cases come through. They're mostly misdemeanors, but there can be some very high profile misdemeanor cases that come through county court, and those will be handled by our leadership team in our county court unit. What I mean by secondary assignment is that they will still handle all of the regular cases that they would handle otherwise, and then just pick up these animal cruelty cases as needed. The attorneys that are assigned to this will receive specialized training for the attorneys and the investigators that work these cases. And then we're also going to work very, very hard to train the animal control officers in our community to make sure that they have consistent investigations and that they are properly ready to testify in court. Because every single case that comes through our building, the officers that investigate those cases should be ready to testify in court and really give voice to the facts of that case. And we're going to make sure that they are prepared to do that. Our organization chart this year, I think, is a much, much better representation than it was last year. If you remember last year, there was a huge chart up there with every single person's name and nobody could read it because it was so small. We just can't put everybody onto one slide and make it work. But county court is under 1 chief deputy DA that I just mentioned and then 1 senior DDA. That unit has been busier than it has ever been, and I think that's going to continue into the future. 2 things that have happened recently that I think are impacting that. One, and I should point out that both of those things happened in March. First is the COVID lockdowns, when courts shut down, stopped having trials. And then also in March, the statute kicked in that any drug possession of 4 grams or less of dangerous drugs, and really any drug, is now a misdemeanor. So they would be handled by our brand new attorneys in county court. I think it's troubling to note that 4 grams or less of certain drugs is a misdemeanor. Dangerous drugs like methamphetamine, heroin, and fentanyl. Fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that is very, very dangerous. Even a small amount of that touching skin contact to a law enforcement officer could be deadly. And yet the legislature decided to make that a misdemeanor despite how deadly and dangerous that drug is. I think that was a bad decision, but it's something that we're going to work hard to address in our county courts going forward. I think into the future, we're going to have to look at staffing levels in county court to make sure that we are meeting that expanded need. There is talk in the legislature of reducing some other felony offenses down to misdemeanor level, which will only further increase the staffing levels that we'll need in that unit going forward. District court filing numbers each week have been consistently lowered this year as compared to a year ago. It's hard to tell exactly why that is. We're dealing with COVID again from March, but we also have the effect of some of those felony drug possession cases are now being dealt with as a summons to misdemeanor court. So there is absolutely an impact. It's just hard to tell which is the impact and how big is that impact. Is it, as assigned to either COVID or misdemeanor assignments. Slide 11 is our awards. Dan had a different slide up last year that listed out each and every one of those awards that we've achieved in the DA's office. I kind of streamlined it a little bit. We've had a fantastic record of winning awards in the DA's office. And why is that important? It means that the DA's offices across the state recognize us when we do good work. And that should give comfort to the community that we are doing that hard work for the victims in our cases, and really going out and doing the right thing all the time and doing more with less. Our most recent award is at the very, very top. That's the CDAC, so Colorado DA's Council Outstanding Trial Team Achievement for 2020. That recognizes the trial team that worked very, very hard to achieve justice for Kelsey Barrett up in Teller County. That case is a rarity across the country because it's considered a no-body homicide case. We never did find Kelsey Barrett's body. And yet, despite that challenge, was able to take that case to trial and achieve a conviction on all charges. And now that person is, Patrick Frazee, serving life in prison without parole sentence, and will think about his crimes for the rest of his life inside that jail cell. So major metro comparisons for 2019, this again signifies that we're doing more with less. It's a combination of our prosecution philosophy and the solve rates in our community that leads to those numbers. So if you look at felony cases, we have more felony cases than any other jurisdiction in the state. Our juvenile cases is right up there with the very top. Denver is different because they don't have traffic cases and misdemeanor cases. Those get sent to city court, even though those are also under the DA's office in Denver. But we do it on a much smaller budget. Each one of those, except for Adams County, is over 20 million, and some of those are a lot higher than 20 million, and yet we're at 16 million. So again, signifying doing more with less, and I think the community should be very, very proud about that. The 10-county survey, again, shows that same sort of thing. What's important to note on the 10-county survey to me is that the cost per citizen for our county, El Paso County, is $22.36, which is, I believe, the third lowest. The only ones that are lower than us are Weld County and Boulder County. So I think, again, doing more with less, and the citizens should be proud of our fiscal responsibility on that front. 2019 statistics. So we filed in 2019 36,000 plus cases, which was roughly 3,000 case increase over 2018. Restitution efforts, we always do a fantastic job here, and this is really due to the efforts of working closely with the courts to make sure that we're collecting restitution. We collected over $6 million, and again, leads the state in this area. Victim compensation, so awarding monies to victims for treatment that they might have to have, counseling, or making improvements to their house so that they're in a safe environment, maybe putting an alarm system or something like that. $1.5 million plus to victims of crime. Fantastic job in that area. Again, 2019 statistics. In 2019, we filed 30 homicide cases. So far this year, we're already up to 24 that have been filed. And I should note that in the city of Colorado Springs, there have already been 31 homicides committed in the city already this year, as compared to only 18 last year at this time. So violent crime is absolutely up. We've seen reports all across the country about violent crime being up, and that's being reflected here in our own community. In 2019, we had 15 homicide trials. So far this year, only 6, and that is primarily due to COVID. We haven't had trials from basically mid-March to mid-July. That absolutely impacts our ability to take those cases to trial, and we're going to have a price to pay at some point when we open fully back up and get trials going again. I should note that we were the first district in the state of Colorado, I believe, to open up and start having trials again. That happened again in mid-July. We've had 214 trials in 2019, only 50 so far this year. But again, we're doing a good job of opening up the courthouse as much as we can to ensure that we safely take our cases to trial and make sure that the jurors that come in, the court staff, DAs, defense attorneys, defendants are in a safe environment when they come in for jury duty, or for trials rather. One of our jurors in our very first jury trial, in fact, after the trial, commented to the team, the judge and the defense and prosecution, that he felt, and he was an elderly gentleman, I'll add, that he felt safer coming in to do jury duty than he did going to the doctor's office because of all the safety precautions in place. Social distancing, making sure that people are being partitioned out so that they're not in close contact with people. And it was a successful jury trial. We got to a verdict. So very, very good. And the courthouse should be very, very proud about the efforts that they're doing to make sure that we can be effective on our jury trials. COVID has absolutely impacted our efforts, just like it has every other department and office in the county. We've had some people in the office that have contracted the virus. We've dealt with court restrictions due to court staff also contracting the virus, or people with the sheriff's office. We immediately reduced staffing in the office to give people the ability to work from home if they could. And I know Jeff was here earlier. Yep, he's standing in the back there. He did a fantastic job, the IT director, of working with our office to get laptops out to everybody so that we could send people home and do their work from home. So that absolutely impacted or I should say, reduced the ability for the virus to spread directly in the office, and that's a fantastic job. The IT department absolutely deserves kudos for that. We're also working to make sure that we can do more and more Zoom meetings, getting the equipment into the building so that we can do Zoom meetings for interviews, witness preparation meetings, that kind of thing. Some judges have done virtual dockets. I personally don't like that as much and would rather we get into the courtroom, but we're doing things in a safe way as much as we possibly can dealing with the pandemic. Our budget, as you all know, is largely personnel. 96% of our budget goes to pay the people that do the hard work for this community. And then the rest is the operating expenses. So let's talk about our critical needs for this coming year. We had 2 new divisions that were added, so we are up to 20 divisions now. We still need to fill out one of those divisions to make it a full district court division, so that's the need for the DDA district court. We'll be filling out and making it a 2-person team. Typically, our district court divisions have 2 attorneys assigned to them, and one of them is sitting at 1 right now, and we need to get that up to 2, so that's where that comes from. DDA county court, again, that's to address the rising caseloads in county court, and that's only going to increase going into the future. Legal assistant district court is the same as the district court DDA. So in each one of our divisions, we have, like I said, 2 DDAs that are assigned. We have a legal assistant, a paralegal, and then a senior that oversees that team. So that would be rounding out that district court team to make sure that we are fully staffed and ready to handle that caseload. The elevators are an ongoing need, and I was really happy to see that that got included in the critical needs for our office going forward. It's always frustrating when you're trying to get to court and you're on the 5th or 6th floor and you've got a bunch of stuff ready for trial, and then you get to the elevator and they're broken, and you have to hump that stuff down the stairs. So those would be the critical needs for the next year. And then ongoing critical needs. So you heard me talk about our intelligence-driven prosecution efforts. The Hiring a crime analyst to help with that effort would be fantastic, bring some of that in-house so that we're not relying completely on UCCS for that, and that just represents the salary and the benefits for that person. The body-worn camera clerk, you're all very, very aware of the work hours that go into body-worn camera and getting that stuff administered, so we need another there. And then administrative assistant investigations, that will make our investigations unit more efficient going forward, allowing them to service our community to the best of their abilities. So those will be ongoing critical needs. If the commissioners were considering giving us one of these this year, my preference would be listed in the order that it's on the screen, which is a crime analyst first. Any questions?
Any questions for the District Attorney's Office? Commissioner Bremer?
Thank you. Great presentation. Can you tell us a little bit, you mentioned a partnership currently with UCCS on that crime analyst position right now. Can you tell us what that looks like, what the structure is, what the partnership is?
Yep. So we are partnering with, we haven't fully formed that partnership yet. We're still working on making that agreement. But essentially what it would do is give us access to UCCS graduate students. They would have to sign confidentiality agreements so that they can't release anything that they might collect. They would have to go through background checks just like any employee in our office so that they are able to look at these, these sensitive documents. And then they would start putting together data so that we can actually see what our cases look like in a broader scope, addressing those crime drivers in our community as much as we possibly can, and direct resources towards those crime drivers. So it would really be research, really. They would get access to our stats, crunch those stats, and give us something that we can work with in a real way. That doesn't cost us any money because they are already doing that kind of thing. These are graduate students. And they're really excited about it as well. So that's, hopefully that answers your question. The crime analyst would just be to augment that so that we have somebody in-house that can help us with it, so we're not always relying on revolving door of graduate students coming through that.
Sounds like a great partnership. Thank you.
Yep. Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with regard to the state legislation that changed drug possession felonies to misdemeanors, I think another impact of that, I think we've discussed this before, was reducing the incentive for people to get into diversion courts. And those things are really fantastic approaches because there's so much in those with regard to getting people to counseling, getting them into therapy, whatever it is that actually ultimately gets them to getting off the drugs. So knowing that, which I think I would agree with you, was a huge mistake on the part of the legislature to go forward with that, but since that's what we are facing, what are we doing to try to help these people get to that counseling and the interventions? Because that's really kind of what I thought was the primary reason for the diversion courts, is to help people get off drugs. So I'm hopeful that we're trying to think of an alternative way to do this now that these are no longer felonies.
Yeah, so what you're talking about is absolutely true. If you can get somebody that's dealing with an addiction immediate contact with treatment, you're going to have a higher success rate. And when you take away the incentive, or the stick, I guess is the way I'll say it, of a felony prosecution, you take that away, there's no incentive for somebody to put themselves through a very strenuous rehabilitation program for their drug addiction. And what it leads to is more cases going to trial, and backing up dockets. We had a meeting with the other DAs across the state just last week, and all of the DAs' offices across the state are trying to figure out the best way to deal with this. I think that there's probably some area for looking into a pre-filing diversion program. So you say, before we file this case, if you go get an evaluation for your substance abuse and start engaging with treatment immediately, then you can avoid this case even getting filed. Maybe that's the incentive. Not sure if that's going to work just yet, but it's something that we're all struggling with and trying to figure out a way forward to get those people the help they need, because that's really what it is, right? Any of us, if we had a relative that was dealing with an addiction, we'd want to get them the help they need. Oftentimes families run out of resources and get frustrated with family members that are dealing with addiction, and so then it turns into a criminal issue. So let's get them the help they need as quickly as we possibly can, and we're trying to figure that out now.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to, where you ultimately decide to go with that, perhaps in concert with the other district attorneys around the state, because it does feel to me like something needs to be done there. Since the legislature did what they did, we've got to have some kind of response to get these resources applied against these folks that have these addictions. So thanks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Commissioner. Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Who's up next, Nikki? Okay, let's go with Eckhart. And IT.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's been a while. I haven't seen you. It's good to see you all. My name is Jeff Eckhart. I'm the Executive Director responsible for the county's IT department, which looks like this from an organizational perspective. I get the privilege of leading about 70 or so IT professionals, and I'll break these down a little bit further for you. The IT operations group is headed up by Jessica Caesar, who is in the audience with us today. She's responsible for those programs and systems that you see on the right of the screen there, kind of the core of what makes the county tick day in, day out. Next group is IT services. It's fall break time, so my GM for this group, Joe Palmer, is back east with family, but these are the technology services that we deliver to the county on top of those infrastructure and operations platforms that you saw on the last slide. Then everybody's friend, information security, super important. That's a huge investment for us. That's a group of 13 folks who day in, day out are watching our networks and watching our traffic and making sure that we keep the county's assets as safe as we possibly can. This is our sphere of influence, 35 business units in the county, roughly 2,800 county employees. We also have network accounts for volunteers. We run 2 data centers. We have currently 49 networked buildings, 3,500 network devices, and we process about 25,000 annual service requests through our customer service desk. Here's the compliance mandates that we help the county meet. First and foremost, we host critical sheriff and DA law enforcement data in the 2 county data centers. So we are responsible for being compliant with the Criminal Justice Information Service, or CJIS, security policy, as well as HIPAA, PII, and PCI compliance for credit cards. Here's a list, page 1 of 2 of our strategic plan goals. These 5 goals have all been accomplished in the prior 4 years. Got a few outstanding ones that we're still working on. The first one there is an acceptable use policy that I think you'll be seeing in the next 6 weeks. It'll be part of the county's next personnel policy update that we're working on with the county attorney's office. I'll have a slide on a legacy software product for the assessor and treasurer. And then that last bullet point is a continuing effort to leverage existing software platforms wherever we possibly can to decrease our portfolio and lower our costs. I'm going to walk you through 2 of our operational initiatives real quick to give you a peek of what's going on in the IT department. I want to read the second paragraph for you. While our short-term focus shifted to standing up a remote organization, we continue to be strategic with investments and budget requests with a continuing goal of enabling an agile, resilient, and digital-ready future organization. That's really what we use with the investments that you give us. This is manifested in an Office 365 deployment that was heavily used during the pandemic. Microsoft Teams, we've rolled out Jabber and WebEx for web meetings also. Earlier this year, we quickly deployed 867 laptops countywide, again, to try to make this county as remote as we possibly could. With that, there was a lot of training, a lot of how do we use this new stuff, and so we did 10 sessions with up to 100 participants on here's how you can be effective with each of these new technology tools. We have to continuously upgrade our network to handle more outside traffic and less inside traffic. So I'm sure all of you have used the virtual private network link, which allows you to get to your network stuff while you're from home. This is year 2 of the assessor-treasurer conversion, where we're moving from custom in-house software to a commercially supplied off-the-shelf solution. This project is scheduled to go live next August, so it's August of 2021. And as far as budget, scope, and schedule goes, we are on track with all 3. We have 3 critical needs requests this year. Case management system for the county attorney's office has a number there of 33.2. We believe, working with Nikki, that number is going to be a little bit higher, more in the 41, 42 range, but she'll provide a final update, my understanding, in her wrap-up. The smart work reservation system, and then our virtual desktop infrastructure, which will allow us to move more and more computers to the cloud instead of sitting under your desk, so that you can get to them from anywhere. And with that, I'll take any questions you have.
Any questions for Mr. Wolkin?
Just a comment.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say you've done an excellent job of leading a very internal department just masterfully when we needed a lot from you, when our workforce needed a lot from you. I think you've just done a tremendous job. All of your staff has done a great job in making sure that the county could continue to do business. And we say that all the time up here, that the county's open for business, and we actually never missed a beat. And the truth of it is your staff was scrambling behind us so that those on the front lines didn't miss a beat. So thank you, and our El Paso County citizens should be very grateful, and I'm grateful for the foresight and investments that were made that made it possible to kind of quickly deploy. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
It's been probably the most difficult and challenging year of your entire career.
Amen.
You've done very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, nothing else. This is pretty much the year, though, Jeff. You can, whatever you ask for, you get, because
I should have known that earlier.
yeah, you should have. Yeah, you should have gone a lot higher. All right, Tim, Mr. Wolkin.
Good morning, Commissioners. I was glad I was here to hear Commissioner Waller say we can get whatever we ask for this year.
No, I said Mr. Wolkin could get, or I'm sorry, not you. Mr. Eckhart could get whatever he wanted this year.
Dang it.
Mr. Eckhart. That's what I meant.
Commissioners, thank you very much for your time and interest today. We greatly appreciate that. I'm going to give you a brief overview of the Community Services Department and then talk about our one additional funding request for 2021. So, Commissioners, we have 83 full-time staff members at the Community Service Department spread out over 6 divisions. It is a real honor for me to work with all of these staff members who come to work every day to provide quality services for the citizens of El Paso County, and it's just a great pleasure to work with them. Breaking down our 6 divisions a bit farther, Kathy Andrew, 20-plus year employee for El Paso County, oversees our environmental division, household hazardous waste facility, community cleanups, noxious weed management, and a variety of other environmental programs as well. And she and her team do a really fabulous job with that. Marshall Bosworth oversees our Veteran Services Office, and I'm terribly biased, but I think we have one of the better offices in the state of Colorado. And a lot of that credit goes to you for providing the funding to allow us to provide those resources to serve our veterans. And so we greatly appreciate that. Park Operations Division oversees 8,000 acres of park property, 130 miles of trails, lots and lots of other facilities as well, in addition to landscape maintenance at this building and all the other county buildings as well. And so Brian Bobick oversees that, and his team does an outstanding job. Our community outreach division is managed by Christine Burns. They oversee fundraising, volunteerism, grant administration. And then about 5 years ago, we asked Christine, on top of all of that, to pick up justice services as well. So she oversees community corrections, pretrial services, heavy lift with that, and we greatly appreciate Christine and her team's efforts to do that, and they're doing a great job with that. CSU Extension, Jonathan Braybrick is back with us. He was with El Paso County for a number of years, left, and now came back as our director a couple of years ago. And I've really been impressed with the positive, customer-oriented outlook that office has now. And we greatly appreciate that. And, you know, some of the key programs they offer are 4-H and Master Gardeners, but a variety of other community education programs as well for El Paso County residents. And then finally, Todd Martz, Recreation Cultural Services, also a 20-plus year employee, overseeing nature centers, county fair, fairgrounds operations, lots of other recreation programs and services, and does a really marvelous job with that with his team as well. Commissioners, any questions on our divisions? So, Commissioners, from a financial overview standpoint, we operate on about a $16.6 million operational budget per year. The good news is about $12.6 million of that comes from third-party funding sources for about 76%. So about $4 million of tax support for the Community Services Department. So all those programs and services I just talked about in the last slide, we do that with this investment. And so what our bottom line really is to provide desired services for our residents at a good value. And I think overall we do a pretty good job of that. When you take the general fund support divided by 730,000 residents, about $5.50 per resident per year for those programs and services that we talked about. And so I'd like to think most of our citizens would view that as a good value. And we come to work every day trying to do that as well. Commissioners, any questions on the financial slide? Commissioners, on the 2017 to 21 plan for the county, there's a couple of goals and objectives we'll be focusing on in 2021. Under goal number 1, we'll be talking to you a little bit later today about the additional funding for county parks, so I will save that one. On goal number 3, Cane Ranch open space, that was a gift of the Cane estate of 400 acres to the county just east of the city of Fountain. We have hired a contractor to launch on phase 1 of that, so we'll be opening that up in the next 6 months or so to public use. Falcon Regional Park Phase 2, good news, we did get a GOCO grant for that to support Phase 2, and so we'll be before you on October the 27th to approve a contractor to launch on Phase 2 of that. Should be ready to go hopefully sometime next spring. The trail projects that are in the 2017 to 21 plan, UPass Regional Trail, we built an additional mile of trail in 2020 for the UPass Regional Trail, and we'll expand on that in 2021. Eastonville Regional Trail was completed in 2020, and Fox Run Regional Trail, we've got a planning grant for that, and we'll be launching on the planning side of that in 2020, 2021. Master plans, Elephant Rock Open Space, we actually changed the name of that now to Santa Fe Open Space. Elephant Rock is actually next door to our parcel. It's a little bit confusing to the citizens, and so we were calling it Santa Fe Open Space, but certainly good views of Elephant Rock as well. And then Jones Park, we also plan on completing in 2020. Those will both be before you. And then Paint Mines Interpretive Park and Homestead Ranch in 2021. And then finally, on goal number 4, we're always doing this ongoing, looking for grant opportunities to celebrate our culture, beauty, wildlife, the arts, and so forth. It's just a regular course of business for us every day. Any questions of me on any of those objectives within the strategic plan? So, Commissioners, expanding just a little bit on capital improvements we have coming up, ongoing at this point and coming up in 2021. I'll only touch on the ones that I haven't talked about already. The Hanson Trailhead renovation project, major flooding down in that particular area. Fortunate to receive a FEMA funding for that, and also the Fountain Creek Watershed stepped up as well with significant funding to assist with that. So we are launching on that one at this point. Bear Creek Regional Park upgrades, we've got 12 new pickleball courts going in there, and they should be completed by next spring. spring, and then we also got a bathroom facility upgrade that is desperately needed. It was built in the 1970s, and so it was certainly time to do that. Justice Service Office consolidation. We've got Justice Services staff all over the county in a variety of buildings at this point. We've opened up some space in Metro. We'd like to consolidate as many of those in Metro as we can to give them better access to the courthouse, to the DA, to the sheriff, and just being downtown will be helpful. Some will probably keep working from home, but those that need to work out of an office, we'd like to bring them into Metro to be able to do that. And I think it will make us much more efficient accomplishing that. And then, Commissioners, on the rest of the 2021s you see going down, those are going to rely somewhat on the funding I'm going to talk about to you today, but we're going to think optimistically here, and so I'm going to give you a brief update on some of those as well. Fox Run Regional Park, our second busiest park in the system, needs some pretty significant upgrades. We've got one bathroom closed at this point. We've got a gazebo issues. There's other things that need to be done there as well. It's time to reinvest back in to Fox Run. We hope to start that process in 2021. Fairgrounds Walkway, we did receive a community development block grant for that, which we appreciate their support. And so that'll be walkways among the major facilities at the fairgrounds. And if you've ever been out on senior day and somebody in a wheelchair trying to roll across the gravel, it's not good. And baby strollers as well. And so these walkways will at least connect the major buildings. And so we're excited about that. That'll be a good improvement out there. County Fairgrounds barn replacements, we've got 7 barns that are way past their useful life, and so we'd like to build 2 new barns to take the place of those 7 barns. And one thing we've talked about is also putting potentially storm shelters below these 2 new barns as well. Most of you are familiar with the fairgrounds, all built on concrete slab, metal buildings, not a good place to be in major storm events. And so ideally, getting hopefully a grant on that as well too, to build storm shelters below those 2 new barns would be incredibly helpful for us. And so we're talking to our friends at OAM. They've got an opportunity they think is a possibility for us, and so linking those 2 things together would be great. And we have 200 activities at the fairgrounds throughout the year, and some relatively small to the county fair, and having that storm shelters available would be a great thing. And then I think I've talked about those other 2. Commissioners, any follow-up questions on capital improvements? So, Commissioners, before we start each year, we do establish performance measurements for all of our divisions, and the bottom line for us is if we accomplish these, then we've had a pretty good year servicing our citizens. 2020 is not a good year for us to look at all of these. COVID has been quite a challenge for many of these, but in a regular year, our staff does a really good job of meeting these, and once again, if we do these, we've done, in our opinion, a good job of providing services for our residents. So, Commissioners, unless you have any questions for me, I will go into our one additional funding request, and that is to establish a capital improvement funding for county parks. And the focus of this is, and is listed in that second paragraph, is to really address liability concerns that we have within the county park system at this point, deferred maintenance that's been ongoing for quite some time, attempting to approve master plan projects that's come before the Park Advisory Board, approved by the Board of County Commissioners, but we struggle completing those because of the funding needs to be able to do that. American Disabilities Act compliance, and I'll talk a little more about that in a second, and then grant and fundraising local matches. So, Commissioners, to kind of give you the backstory on county parks a bit, and we chose 2003 as the baseline. That was the year before I came to El Paso County, so about 17 years ago. And so looking at the county population back then, it's grown about 34% when you compare it to 2020. Our park acreage and miles of trails are up about 50% over that time period. Reserve park usage up about 37%. If you want to reserve a park facility for your own personal use is what that's referring to. Landscape maintenance and buildings, we've added 3 additional buildings to that. Citizen Service Center is an example of one of those 3. Full-time staff has been kind of up and down over the years, to be honest. Right now we've stabilized back at that 40 number again, which we appreciate. The challenge we have, and staff reminds me regularly, is that it has stabilized somewhat. The park system's grown so much. So you've got staffing here, you've got the park system growth up here. We've got that gap that's a challenge for us to be able to maintain an effective park system. with that as well. Volunteer hours, really pleased to report, going from 8,000 to 30,000 during that same time frame. They've really filled a lot of gaps for us during that. And we were going through the really difficult times. We reached out to the community and said, you know, we need your help. You need to help us run nature centers. You need to help us clean parks. And that's continued on. And so we appreciate that. And Dana Nordstrom, many of you know Dana, does a really good job of recruiting volunteers. And so we're very pleased to see the community step up in that area. Commissioners, any questions for me on that slide? So then we'll go over to the financial side. Back in 2003, we had general fund support about $2.5 million. In 2020, we have general fund support about $2.1 million for the county park system, so down about $400,000 at that point, which doesn't sound like a huge number, but when you compare 2003 with the cost of increase of cost of goods and salaries as well, you really need about $3.5 million to equal that $2.5 million we had back in 2003. And then you factor in the $400,000 of direct support from the general fund. So we're really done about $1.4 million from 2003. And then you factor in the growth of the park system over that time period as well, and you can start to see the gap that we're encountering at this point. The per capita tax support back in 2003 was about $4.60. Take the amount of general fund tax support divided by the population at that point, gives you that number. When I've looked around at the Colorado counties and other places across the nation, I think a good target number for us would be $5 to $7 per capita per year to support the park system. That's what I see on park systems that are pretty well effectively maintained at this point. And so back in 2003, we weren't far away from that. You know, we were almost there, low end, but almost there. In 2020, we're about $2.92 per capita at this point. So we have dropped back some. Growth of population, a little less in general fund support at this point. So that's how we get there. The good news is on the lottery funds that we receive every year to support the county park system, based on per capita as well, El Paso County has grown by 30%. Lottery's gone up by 30%. So that's been a savior for us, that $400,000 that we've received in addition to that ongoing, which I encourage everybody here today and on listening to play the lottery every day. Non-tax revenue was $142,000 in 2003, it's $686,000 today. Kudos to staff to not just say, woe is me. They went out and found other ways to be able to raise money through corporate sponsorships and donations, raising fees where appropriate, and so that's been helpful for us as well too. When we compare ourselves to the city's park system, they have a general fund support of about $19 million for their park system. You divide that per capita into their population, it's about $40 per person compared to our $3. I'm not here today to say that we should be at $40. They operate a much more expensive park system than we do. Many more small urban parks that you're traveling to maintain, more expensive facilities as well. If we could be someday somewhere in that 5 to 7 range, we'd be in pretty good shape for a regional park system, which is less expensive to maintain. Questions for me, commissioners, on this slide?
Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this one may actually be for staff, but I want to, do we have any other departments who are not at least the level they were before in 2003 with any of the downturns? I just want to know if you're the only department who has not gotten back up to what the previous general fund was.
I'll certainly defer to Sherry and Nikki on that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anything else for Mr. Wolkin?
I'm going to go on the next slide, if that'd be okay. So, Commissioners, what we have on this slide is in 2003 and 4 to now, what major facilities that we have added during that time frame. I'll just touch on a couple. Jones Park at 1,200 acres, Cane Ranch open space at 400 acres, Pineries open space at 1,100 acres, Falcon Regional Park at 200 acres. So challenging for staff to absorb those with the existing resources that we have available to us at this point, but kudos to them to continue to maintain a reasonable park system, at this point. Commissioners, I talked a little bit earlier, too, about the master plans that have gone through the Park Advisory Board and approved by the Board of County Commissioners with a lot of citizen input as well. This is just a list of items that we've not done yet that are in those master plans currently. And our citizens are a patient bunch, and they appreciate that. But at some point, we need to start to tick off a few of these. If they've come to meetings and said, we really would like this replaced or this improved, at some point, we need to get to those. And so this funding would be helpful for that as well. So Commissioners, the bottom line on, I think does a good job on 1 through 6 here, is that under number 1, the lack of ongoing capital investments back into the park system has resulted in some liability issues for us and deferred maintenance. We do a really good job with mowing grass, picking up trash, and doing minor improvements. Our challenge right now is to be able to address irrigation systems that are now 40 years old. We have playgrounds we can't find parts for anymore. So those are the challenges we need to start to reinvest back in, and that's where that gap has come in. We have that funding available to do the day-to-day, but to like if you had your house, replace the roof, replace the boiler, replace the refrigerator, that's where we're struggling at this point in time within the county park system. I spent some time already, number 2, on the approved master plan projects. 3 and 4 kind of tie together. I'll give you an example on number 3. When we apply for a grant, many times we're competing with other Colorado counties, and let's just take Jeffco. We both have $500,000 projects. Jeffco might apply for a grant. They've got $400,000 of local funds, and they apply for a $100,000 grant. We have $100,000 of local funds, and we apply for a $400,000 grant. So grant funders are looking at skin in the game in the county itself, so it's difficult for us to compete when they've got a lot more local money than what we have at this point. With additional local funds, we could be much more competitive and bring more money back into the county. And we do a pretty good job of that already. I mentioned some grants through this presentation, but we can do better with more local funds being available. Same thing on number 4. We do a variety of capital campaigns, and it'd be great if we had a bit more money that we're putting into it as well as we approach funders, so they see that they ideally would like to be the ones that kind of push us over the top, not provide most of the funding. And right now, usually that's the case. The county is lower on the end of providing the funding for that capital campaign. And so having those funds would be great. ADA compliance needs. Whenever we replace a facility, we're always bringing it up to ADA. It'd be great to be more proactive and be out there and actually correcting issues before we're actually replacing a facility to bring it up to a standard and meet those compliance needs that we have. And then the playgrounds I talked about before as well, that we're struggling finding parts for many of our playgrounds that are 30 or 40 years old at this point. So Commissioners, the county park system was founded in 1971, so 2021 will be 50 years, and I think we should all take great pride in what we were able to do during that time frame. 8,000-acre park system, 130 miles of trails, lots of facilities as well. But in order for us to have another great 50 years, it's going to take us to invest back in. And looking for really just safe, attractive, and a vibrant park system, hopefully for the next 50 years. And by providing this additional capital funding, it really will be a game changer for us to be able to do that. So that wraps up my plea, but I'd be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Of course, Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate it, the presentation. I'm still amazed at how many people go to that tiny little Rainbow Falls. I think you told me that there was a day this summer that 700 people went in there in a single day.
Correct.
Which is amazing to me. I mean, it's clear that our citizens love these parks. Obviously, even more so with the need to get outside with coronavirus this year. And I think your points are well taken. If we don't even have the money to match grants, that we can pull money in from somewhere else, that's a big issue. And I know there's liability risk associated with not showing continued progress with ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. And, I also know that there's liability associated with playgrounds, particularly old playgrounds that are no longer considered compliant with, any safety features that really need work. So it seems to me like it's time to put a little bit more money into the parks budget. So I appreciate the presentation and kind of illustrating it's not really just about the maintenance, which is the deferred maintenance, but it's also these other liability issues and being able to match grant funding, which helps us bring more money in from other sources. And for that matter, I just want to mention, I express my appreciation for what the team has done with these parks, and also making every dollar count, with the budget that you have, at least in part, but not only to this, with regard to how much money you've been able to bring in from other locations. It's really kind of stunning, the numbers of dollars that you've brought in compared to what we have for our own parks on our budget, so thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner.
All right, anything else for Tim? All right, see nothing. Thank you, Mr. Wilken. Okay, so here's where I think we are. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch now. We will come back at the scheduled time of 1:15, and then we'll hit the assessor, coroner's office, human resources, and then human services. I'm sorry? Did we get any? Well, we got one, we got information technology done ahead of schedule. Well, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but not a ton. Ms. Simmons, did you have something you wanted to say before I break for lunch?
Yeah, just to talk to the schedule for this afternoon. We will have the assessor, coroner, HR, and human services present, as well as, if time allows, we also have financial services here ready to present to you to move that from Thursday to today.
Okie dokie. All right, anything else? If not, we are going to break for lunch. All right, the meeting will come back to order. Okay. Well, do you want to introduce the assessor, or would you like me to do it?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nikki Simmons, County Controller. Wanted to welcome everyone back. Actually wanted to introduce Chief Schleicher to come up and give his fairly brief presentation. But before he does that, I wanted to give him a special shout out, embarrass him a little bit, and let you guys know, I'm sure you're aware, but this year with COVID, government deadlines have been a little bit different. And one of the things that we rely on so much in the budget office in order to prepare our preliminary balanced budget is information from the county assessor's office. And this year, due to executive order, some of those deadlines were pushed into October. But Steve and his office realized how important that information was to us, as well as every other government who levies taxes. So they still gave us their preliminary initial certifications back in August. Otherwise, we would not have been able to come forward and give you a balanced preliminary budget with any certainty of what our revenues would be in 2021. So I just wanted to give a shout out to him and his entire office for doing that extra step to make all of our jobs easier, as well as give us information to make better decisions on. So wanted to say that and then let him get to his presentation.
Good morning, Commissioners. If you pull out your cell phone.
It's afternoon.
Afternoon. I texted you my presentation. We're all good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, appreciate it. Are there any questions for the assessor's statement that, quote, "it's all good," or "we're all good"? All right, thank you. Yeah, so next is the coroner's office. Dr. Kelly.
All right, I'm not going to beat that.
Can you beat that?
I cannot. That was pretty good. All right, mine is relatively brief. I came in earlier this summer to kind of give my annual report, which is really the good stuff that I have to talk about. So today's just kind of the budgets. Let's see. Thank you all for letting me be here today. Unlike Mr. Schleicher, I followed what you guys told me to do and gave an actual presentation, which now I'm regretting. I didn't know that was an option.
If you skip slides, that's okay.
I didn't know this was voluntary. So here's the structure of our office. There's me, I'm the chief medical examiner. I've got a deputy chief, Dr. Russell, who, as you all know, when I was busy over at public health for much of the spring and summer, did an absolutely amazing job stepping in to run the coroner's office. I did not cut any cases the month of April because I was so busy over at public health, and she did a great job. And she's probably the only person more excited than me when I got to come back. And in addition to Dr. Russell, I have 3 other medical examiners, so there's 5 total. 2 full-time, and then I've got 1 part-time doctor. It's a full-time position. He's currently only working 1 week in a month, and then he helps out on Mondays. And the reason being is because he's smart enough to have realized that he can make a lot more money doing this in private practice than he can working for me. And so many of these counties that require, they have a facility, but they don't have a doctor, he drives to those counties and cuts the cases for them. And so he's kind of slumming it a little bit and helping us out to get us through till next July, and I'll talk a little bit about why in a little bit. And then I got a toxicology department. We've been short-staffed in there for a little while, so we hired to get back up to where we needed to be our toxicologist on Monday, so we're super happy about that. I've got a chief investigator and 8 death investigators. I got 2 administrative assistants, 1 histologist, and then I got a morgue full of techs. And so this is Dr. Russell, who's my deputy chief. She's in the position that I was in for Dr. Bucks. And then here are our death investigators working out of the trucks. And these are the folks that go to the actual scenes to do the investigation, talk to law enforcement, talk to families. They're really our frontline workers. And so they, you can see them wearing their masks there even when they're in the parking lot. They are my folks who are the most at risk during our current pandemic. The bodies themselves are a very low likelihood. They're not coughing, sneezing, doing any of those things, but their family members are, and that's who we're usually at the scene talking to. But I am very happy to report thus far through all this, we have remained COVID-free. We had 1 incident about 3 weeks ago where we had an individual from an outside agency come in to do some training at our facility, which we train a lot of folks around the state, and that person was with us for 3 days and then got ill and then tested positive. And so we all went into a modified quarantine because we're essential employees, but we were all in full PPE the whole time. Everybody did the things that I told them to do, and we all tested negative and came out 2 weeks later with nobody sick. So we were very happy because that would have been tough to do. But so far we've had nothing but success. Here's our administrative folks. These deal with our citizens, our funeral home, folks who have questions. As you can imagine, all of us have lost people that we care about, which is hard enough to deal with, but then you've also got the red tape of death, which is getting death certificates, getting a funeral home picked out, getting paperwork signed, and these are the folks that help them do that, shuttle families through that process at a difficult time. And then our morgue techs, who are the ones who physically help me do the autopsies, help our doctors do the autopsies, and we could not do it. We could not do it without them, certainly. And our histologist makes the little glass slides that the doctors look at under the microscope and figure out why people die. And as I've said before, we have the state's only in-house toxicology lab, so we do talks for not only us, the out-of-county cases that we also autopsy, but also several other counties that we don't do cases for. And so statutorily, the coroner is responsible for investigating all sudden unexpected or non-natural deaths, which under normal circumstances is pretty straightforward. This year has been particularly difficult, as we all know, because one of the things I'm in charge of is investigating all deaths that constitute a public health threat, which would obviously include COVID-19, which is how much of my year has been spent investing in helping our public health department work through that and get us in the place that we are now. In addition to figuring out why people die, we do a lot of other stuff, pronouncing death, identifying decedents, collecting evidence, all the things that go into a criminal investigation that we would be involved in. And then the other part we play that's critical is to organ and tissue harvest. And so I grant permission on cases where that's appropriate. And so for our strategic plan for the year, my goals are this year turned out different for most of us than I think we had all planned. And so my continued goals for the year and for next year is to continue our office to continue assist public health in whatever needs they have as far as our COVID-19 response. I am about, I'd say 90% back, just being the coroner. I am currently at public health. My role is essentially as a consultant and an advisor to Director Whelan. I still am involved in things like the jail, the courts, and in schools. Some of the big stuff that when things happen and they need an extra set of hands, I'm over there to help. But at any point she chooses to ask me, I'm over there on the bench. But I have full confidence moving forward that they've got what they need over there. There's a lot of good people. And then the other big thing was this got put on hold for about 6 months because of COVID. And I talked about it last year, but we needed to upgrade and update our laboratory information system, the computer system that we put all of our data and information into. And so I've been working on that for probably a year and a half. I'm the one that helped design it the first time back in 2012. And it's the same company. They're really the only game in town when it comes to medical examiner laboratory information systems. And so we are currently working on that. We're far down the road. It's going well. And the way I paid for that, it's about $176,000, was through unspent previous medical examiner salary. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute too. But it essentially it wasn't a critical need. It was something I was able to fund internally from unfilled salary expenditures. And then one of the other things it's going to allow us to do is get that system off the county server, which is outdated and has been sort of struggling along for the last couple of years. So IT's been involved and fully supportive of us getting it to, it's going to be actually a cloud system. So my scene investigators, while they're at the scene, can log on and put all the data in, instead of what we have now is we have to get back to the office. Because we're so busy, we may go from scene to scene to scene to scene. And so it may be hours, many hours until they return to the office. And so it's going to allow them to put that stuff in a little quicker and get cases moving. And then lastly, my big responsibility this year is to fill all of my doctor's positions. Right now they're full. One doctor, as I said, is only going to be with us probably till June, July, because he's part-time now. The other doctor that I hired just recently last year, unfortunately has some unanticipated family requirements that necessitate him kind of moving back home, which I fully support. And so in July, I'm going to be down 2 doctors. So between now and then, I have to figure out how to fill those positions, which, as we've talked about before, there's only about 400 to 500 medical examiners in the country. We need about 1,200. We only graduate about 30 a year. And so they are very difficult to find. It's kind of like, the NFL level quarterback. If you don't have a quarterback, then everything else you do doesn't matter. Like, it all starts with that. And so I am going to be working hard on that. As our inspections come around, that's one of the key metrics you have to meet to pass accreditations. Do you have enough doctors to do the cases? So not only the challenge of having the workload, but also it is mandated that we have to find them. So my next few months are going to be spent recruiting and doing the best I can. So if anybody has any ideas, if anybody knows any that are looking for a job, I would love to talk to them. But we have some advantages here in El Paso County that one, it's Colorado Springs. It's beautiful. Anybody in their right mind wants to live here. 2, we've had strong leadership at this office for a very, very long time, even though it is a coroner system, which most forensic pathologists do not want to go to a coroner system because they don't like the idea that every 4 years their chief could get fired because of something that's happening in Washington, right? And then lastly, due to this board and the previous generations, we've always had very strong support from this Board of County Commissioners, not only financially but publicly, and so that goes a long way towards recruiting people here. So I'm hopeful and positive, and I think I've got some good folks out there. As far as the data for the year goes, I presented this already a couple months ago at my annual report, so no surprises there. As we've talked about before, we do about 20 other counties around Colorado, and here's those breakdowns. The biggest ones being Chaffee and Fremont and Teller County. And then those stars are the places that we also do the toxicology for. So our office reaches throughout much of Colorado, and we have a large responsibility in our role in death investigation throughout, really probably a third of the state at least. And so from those cases that we do and the toxicology we charge, our office charges those other counties. That brings in revenue that then we turn over to the El Paso County General Fund, and those are the revenues for 2019. The most of that's coming out of tox and doing cases. And so when you look at our overall budget, operating budget, and then you subtract out the revenue that we kind of bring to the table, it gives you, and then divide that by the number of citizens, it gives you that kind of cost per each El Paso County citizen. And that's an important metric because the Department of Justice uses that metric right there to say that to run a competent coroner medical examiner costs at minimum $3 a person. If you get below that, you're not properly funding your office, and they can't possibly do the work at a high level. You're spending more than that, so you're funding us at a level well above that, which is why we've got a good office. But because we leverage that and bring in some revenue to offset some of the costs to El Paso County citizens, so the citizens are getting really a world-class medical examiner's office at a reduced price because we're able to use the doctors and the facility and the staff to bring in some revenue from across the state. And so year to date, let's see, we've got through October 8th for 2019, we had brought in about $564,000. Right now we're just over $6. So if you kind of extrapolate that over the year, be a little bit conservative with it, we should be well over $700,000. Our total out-of-county cases haven't jumped up that much this year. They're pretty flat. So that revenue hasn't dramatically increased. I did increase the price of autopsies from, I think, $1,450 to last year to $1,500 this year because of increased costs for reagents and equipment and all the kind of things that kind of go along with it. But over the time, it has jumped up pretty significantly. And then year to date, for autopsies, we're at 933 last year. We're at 1,006 this year, so a significant increase, mostly in in-county cases. I don't know yet why that is. It seems to be cases kind of across the board, from everything from drugs to suicides to possibly motor vehicle crashes. It's just kind of everything's up a few cases, which in the end makes the number jump quite significantly. So we've been incredibly busy and taxed with normal cases on top of our COVID response and then being short-staffed when I was out over at Public Health. So we have been working hard. Unlike some offices that had decreased workloads because of shutting things down, obviously the county stayed open, but our workload has increased fairly dramatically this year.
Where are suicides? Are they up this year?
Yeah, they are. They're up. We were well behind for the first couple quarters, and then it slowly kind of creeped up, and we surpassed last year's total, maybe a month ago, maybe a month and a half ago, and now I think as of a couple weeks ago, we were maybe not 10 ahead of last year, but somewhere around there. And I've spoken to this before, last year was a record year, really. I mean, it was near record, it was 180 suicides. So to even be on par with last year is bad. To surpass last year is awful. And so I don't expect that to change down the home stretch here of the year. So undoubtedly that's going to be up. Our substance abuse, drug overdose deaths are also up. I know because I checked those last week. And so there's going to be several categories, what we kind of call the diseases of despair, mental illness, substance abuse, chronic alcoholism, all of those things are going to be up this year. Undoubtedly, COVID's going to play a role in that. There's no doubt about it.
So we had 180, you said, last year. We'll probably top 200 this year, it's looking
We'll
like?
probably be somewhere around 190, yeah, 190 to 200. Oh, and then the other one was our investigations are way up. We did just under 4,000 last year, and this is the number of calls we take and then the scenes we go to. And so that's going to be up probably over 500 for the year. Some of that is going to be COVID because they're calling us on every one of those desks because they're reportable desks because they're a public health threat. So that's going to, 180 of them are going to account for that. But that doesn't account for all of them. And so we're getting calls on a lot of cases that ultimately, some we're bringing in, but a lot we're not. So high workloads across the board. I have no critical needs this year. The operating budget is next year pretty much the same as last year. There's an $8,000, almost $9,000 adjustment. There had to be some accounting shenanigans because we had the 27th paycheck, so we had to borrow money from future coroner to pay for the extra paycheck last year, and then to offset that, they took $100,000 from the revenue that we brought in to kind of pay me back for the money that we paid them last year, and so that equated to about whatever that is, a $9,000 difference. I think they borrowed 91 and then paid me back 100, and then that's it. That's all I got.
Do we have any questions for the coroner?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
HR. No Andrea. Oh. It's probably a time she's happy to be in quarantine.
I know. I'm Kirsty Anderson, Human Resources Manager, in for Andrea McGee with Human Resources.
If you could, Kirsty, could you step a little closer to the microphone?
Sorry.
Thank you.
You're able to hear me better now? I'm Kirsty Anderson with Human Resources and Risk Management, standing in for Andrea. This is our organizational chart. We do have a total of currently 25 FTEs, and we have three main operational areas: human resources, training, and risk management. So in terms of human resources operations, we have the recruitment and hiring process, which was not slowed down at all this year due to COVID. That consists of job postings, the interview facilitation, which we have moved to predominantly a virtual platform, as well as pre-employment screening and employee onboarding. We have also just recently been able to move to an electronic platform as well. In terms of HR services, we are the official record custodian. We do process and review, develop, create the payroll change request forms, and respond to employment verifications. We are the point of contact for HR inquiries. Employee relations covers policy interpretation, provides recommendations regarding employee relation issues and investigations. And in terms of the unemployment program, we do respond to the Department of Labor unemployment claims. And then compensation covers our job description reviews and updates, as well as ensuring compliance with the Fair Labor Standards Act and compensation studies and position control. So in terms of the HR statistics, one of the areas that we did see a major increase in this year is the number of candidates that we have interviewed. While our interview facilitation is at 488 positions, we did interview 2,820 candidates as of September 25th of this year, which already surpassed our total number of candidates that we interviewed in 2019. The background checks, we have actually conducted an additional 251 background checks on election judges since the creation of this presentation, so that can definitely be a big driver election cycles for our background checks. We were not able to attend job fairs this year. In terms of job postings, we did post 351 jobs, and 245 of those were posted to 42 external websites, so a total of 1,024 postings to external websites in addition to those 351. Training and organizational development operations includes our leadership development program, development training classes, new supervisor manager training, any mandated training such as harassment training, or performance management, as well as the internship program. In terms of training statistics, the leadership development program, our third cohort did complete their last 4 classes in the beginning of 2020. However, the leadership development program did have to be postponed due to COVID. So we did create a mini leadership series, which consists of 4 trainings, and we have had 2 groups of 25 employees complete that thus far. Training has gone, the training program has gone completely virtual as of April of this year, so we did not see a decrease in trainings, and we went virtual with the new hire orientation as well, and that required us taking over that process, so we have done 16 thus far this year. We did see an increase in trainings offered to supervisors and managers as well as employees, and we were able to provide some specific trainings to remote workforce since we had to move that way, such as optimizing team performance in a remote work world, time management, reboarding and bringing workers back. And then we did have 5 internship placements this year as well. All right, risk management operations covers workers' compensation, property and liability claims, countywide safety program, the CDL program, pre-employment screening, motor vehicle record monitoring and record checks, the random drug testing program for the sheriff's office, the employee immunization program for health department, as well as the countywide insurance program. Something new that we implemented this year was the COVID hotline, and that was created in March of this year to help prevent spread and exposure amongst employees. And we do also oversee the screening stations that have been implemented in our high traffic areas, like Citizen Services Center, Regional Development Center, Acres, and the district attorney. So we do have weekly meetings with HR, risk, public health, and county attorney regarding any COVID updates and questions. In terms of risk management statistics, as of today, we would be set to see a decrease in the number of workers' compensation claims as well as property and liability claims. Motor vehicle record checks are another area that are heavily impacted by the election cycles. Actually, since 9/25, we ran an additional 594 motor vehicle record checks for election judges. And we are set to see an increase in ergonomic evaluations, and that is just in response to us having a proactive approach to prevent workers' comp claims that are attributed to workplace setups. Listed here are the mandates and statutes for human resources. One of the major factors affecting us this year is the Equal Pay Act. Colorado Equal Pay for Equal Work Act goes into effect in 2021, January 1st of 2021, and we are conducting a pay equity analysis in response to that. So highlights for this year, due to COVID, we did implement a virtual new hire orientation program and training program, including harassment trainings, and provided training specific to a remote workforce, as well as have gone virtual with our interviews. We did implement the COVID hotline and a notification process. So as of today, we have received about 407 phone calls to the COVID hotline. I'd already touched on the screening stations as well that are at CSC, RDC, Acres, and the district attorney. We did implement NeoGov Onboard, which is an electronic onboarding system So no longer do candidates have to come and sit in our office for 30 to 45 minutes to fill out their new hire paperwork. They are able to do that at home on their own time. We are currently piloting NeoGov Perform with finance, actually. This is our electronic performance management system, so hopefully we will have that rolled out to the rest of the departments throughout next year. We did implement position control for the sheriff's office, as well as an internal posting process for their internal assignments. And then we registered all current CDL holders, as well as future employees, to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration to ensure compliance with new federal regulations requiring that every CDL holder be registered with a drug and alcohol clearinghouse. And we do have a couple other major projects in process right now that are set to be completed by the end of the year. We are going electronic with our personnel files, so we've been working closely with IT, the Record Center, on getting that completed. And as I had mentioned, we are working on a pay equity analysis to ensure compliance with the Colorado Equal Pay for Equal Work Act. So we do have two critical need requests this year. One is, the first one is the NeoGov onboard module, which is the electronic onboarding system, as well as an additional HR position to assist with the increased workload that we have seen, particularly in the recruitment area, due to an increase in FTEs across a variety of departments, and just requests for hiring demands in general. Any questions?
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with any of the state changes, legislation this year affect any training requirements, anything we might have or need this year or next year?
Training, like mandated trainings? No, not that I'm aware of.
Well, it seems to me that if the family leave ballot initiative passes, that could have a fairly significant impact on
the benefits area.
HR, but that's a ballot initiative. All right. Anything else? Commissioner Mannerworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned 486 onboarded. That was just one of the statistics in here. I'm going to assume that means that's the new employees that we brought in.
Yes.
Okay. And so that represents about 15% of the total employee base. I'm just kind of curious where that sits from other years. Do we have a lot of turnover this year? Or, my guess would have been the other way around. It would have been less because it's a secure job and be tougher to find a job out in the economy due to COVID, but I don't know if it's stayed the same from previous years or...
I think we are on par for last year. However, we saw an increase in recruitment for specific positions, like within the health department that that didn't have previously, and the Department of Human Services also received additional FTEs that contributes a lot to the additional hiring.
So I don't know, is 15% normal from previous years? I just don't remember. You might not know, but...
I am not sure. I would have to ask Andrea.
Yeah, all right. I don't know that that's that critical. I was just wanting to see if we had a higher than normal or lower than normal, and I would have guessed lower than normal, but you know what, perhaps it's irrelevant because I think your point is well taken. We hired a lot of folks to support public health. They needed a lot more. I know we moved a lot of people over as well from other employment areas in the county, but we might have hired more people to go over there as well, so that might represent more of this number.
Yeah, they definitely had additional positions, and I think just in terms of the number of candidates that we've interviewed, there's a variety of factors that contribute to that as well, just in terms of, we do follow veterans' preference, so if someone requests veterans' preference and meets the minimum qualifications, they are provided an interview, and I think some of the panels are just selecting more individuals to interview in general, and that's why we've seen such an increase in the number of candidates that we've seen.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
HR, Human Services.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Julie Crow, Executive Director of El Paso County Department of Human Services. Thank you for having me here today. The Department of Human Services has 705 full and part-time positions. In our administrative department, you'll see our Executive Director, myself, our Deputy, Chris Garvin, who's here today, and our program directors, and all of the other areas are inclusive of supervisors, managers, and a variety of our team members. I'm really proud of the way the Department of Human Services responded to COVID this year. We're a really big ship to turn, and we were able to quickly transition 75% of our staff to teleworking from home within the first week of the governor's stay-at-home order. We worked with the Colorado Department of Human Services to fund new laptops for caseworkers, which also freed up some county laptops that they had purchased so that they could more quickly be deployed to other county team members so that they could also telework. We worked with county IT, who was very helpful around implementing things like Team and WebEx, which we really hadn't had before at DHS. And then we really scrambled to get protective gear, and I thank all of you for your help with that as well. Investigations of child and adult protection cases continued as normal, and people just had to gear up because keeping children and adults safe is our top priority. We worked with judicial and contracted providers to make sure that court-ordered parent-child visitations in DHS cases continued via video or audio platform. And we also relocated our third-floor lobby to a condensed first-floor lobby that some of you have visited, so that we could better maintain social distancing and kind of keep our staff on the third floor a little more distant, spread out more. And that's been very successful. We encourage people to apply online through Peak, and so we've seen more online applications, but we've just also seen more applications in general for eligibility services since COVID started, as you can imagine, and I'll give you some of that data in a little bit. And we received some CARES funding for teleworking, hoteling. I think we're calling it smart work now for staff who are working in the office, and we're really excited about that. It'll allow our staff to be more safe and have clean, wipeable spaces. For the 25% of staff that do come to the office every day, it's primarily our child welfare or adult protection workers who need to come in for something, or mostly our eligibility staff, because we made a really important decision at DHS, which is that we did not want people to not receive food assistance or what they call now Health First Colorado or Medicaid. We didn't want people to be limited to any of those services, and I think we were the only county of the 64 that kept open for the entire period during the coronavirus, because if people weren't able to receive food or medical care, we thought we would just make things worse. The federal guidelines do require you to remain open, so other counties came up with other ways to do things, but we encouraged online applications, but we did not deny anyone the ability to come into the department and apply for benefits. Oops, I lost my place here. So we also drafted and submitted CARES funding requests for various needs. such as redesign and construction at the Citizen Services Center to keep our staff and our customers more safe. As I said, we moved our third floor lobby to the first floor, and Brian at Facilities and his team are doing a great job making that look beautiful, and also keeping spaces more separate and wipeable for safety. We worked with 8 counties to develop quarantine beds for children in foster care, something that I would have never thought about, but kids in foster care were getting COVID to some degree, and we needed a place for them to be so they would be safe. And so we worked with an 8-county collaborative to do that. We worked really well with other county Department of Human Services through this whole thing. We provided some cost-effective, kind of not glitchy, but basic cell phones for parents so that they could have remote visitation with their children who were in foster care, and PPE for our staff who were in direct contact with clients. I want to really give a lot of praise to our staff. We have people that just had to be in contact with the public, either because of eligibility or because of child or adult protection, and they continued to do that without complaining, and really provided great services to our community during the coronavirus and continue to do that. We worked with Facilities, Brian Olson's team again, to move the Center on Fathering and Family Visitation Services from downtown locations, which were later listed for sale. And services are now being temporarily housed at 17 Spruce, but there's renovations at CSC underway. This is something that will keep us better distanced, provide better services, and actually will be much better for our caseworkers if visitation and services for fathers are right there in the building, and they'll have better access to make sure that their federally required one-on-one contacts with families and children are maintained and that they're seeing their kids. This is a slide that really describes what a hard year, honestly, this has been for DHS. So in February, the state decided to transform its Colorado benefits management system, and as a result of that transformation, the system didn't work very well. And so if you look at that first kind of big spike, which is called transformation backlog, that's a direct result of some challenges that we had with transformation at the state level, and counties had to really do a lot of overtime and scramble to kind of meet the need of our customers, because backlog for our customers means that their applications might not be processed as quickly as we would like them to be. So you can see we got that under control. In the middle of that comes the coronavirus, which further kind of exacerbated that transformation backlog. And then we kind of stabilized for a little bit. The federal government provided some waivers, so people did not have to come in and redetermine their benefits. But then some of those waivers were ending. There was some confusing notices that went out. The federal government just decided to extend the federal public health emergency for COVID so that some people don't have to come in and get redetermined. But all that to say, we had more people applying, a system that wasn't working well, the state Colorado benefits system, and at the same time, with the coronavirus, just more people in need. So you can kind of see the surge, and we're still experiencing that surge today. So a little bit different situation here for child welfare, which is the coronavirus actually kind of decreased reports of child abuse and neglect because kids weren't community visible. And so some of our biggest reporters are the schools, child care centers, medical providers, and even friends, families, and neighbors. But when people are in their houses all the time, they're not being seen. And our youngest children are the most vulnerable. And so we saw reports decrease during COVID, and they're starting to pick up again now that schools are in session, and as our child care centers are opening. And so that's kind of how our workload looks. I will say that there's been different challenges for those staff, getting out to see people, having PPE. Some of the cases that are being reported, especially when we saw that big dip, were really severe. And so they've continued to be very busy, but it looked a little different for them than it did for eligibility. And then this slide simply shows food assistance, Medicaid, Colorado Works, and adult financial, and kind of the peak that you see during COVID. And again, you're starting to see that surge pick up a little bit again. So we're, I'd say, directly impacted in some ways in terms of you can see where our community is in need and applying for benefits. And then the next slide is upside down. So you kind of have to look at the marches at the bottom and read it from the bottom up. But this shows our lobby traffic monthly from March 18th to September 30th, 2020. And so you can see that when COVID first came, people weren't necessarily coming into the lobby as much. Part of that was the stay-at-home order, and that lobby traffic has picked up. Having said all that, that's high. If you think about our first floor lobby, to see that many people coming into the lobby is quite a lot. And our staff, again, have done a really good job managing that. And I think some of you have come and visited our lobby and brought treats for our staff. And that's been a great morale booster. Amy came by also and brought burritos for all of our staff. And we just really appreciate that everyone has recognized that they're there working hard every day and still seeing people. So another thing that DHS did was we provided supportive services payments to families. And this slide just breaks out all supportive services payments, so they may not be directly related to COVID, and I have some more data about COVID-specific payments in the next slide. But you can see that some of the supports needed in our local community, and this shows some of the dollars that we pushed out into our community, which helps our local economy. The biggest requests were for transportation, maybe for people to get back and forth to work, making sure they had reliable vehicles, for housing, and personal needs. The next slide shows that we provided some additional support to our kinship families. These are families that took in their relatives in lieu of those little kiddos going to foster care. And so what we recognized pretty early on is this was really stressful for them. They were families that maybe had a couple children of their own. Now they're bringing in some relatives' children who would otherwise have gone to foster care. And now the kids are all at home. So instead of having their own 2 children at home, maybe they have 4 or 5 or 6 children at home. And so we gave supportive services payments out of TANF to those families for $300 per child to kind of help them, whether they needed childcare, they needed in-home tutoring, maybe they needed to buy a laptop for homeschooling, whatever it was. Those families usually apply for TANF for their children, or they don't apply for any services at all, and that's about $149 a month. And so providing a little boost to them during the coronavirus seemed really important. The other group was all TANF families, and so we were able to, for our very lowest income families, provide an average of $537 per family for specific requests related to COVID and disaster implementation. And then diversion is something that we've always done and are really proud of. It's about diverting people from permanent public assistance. So maybe you have a one-time crisis in your life. You've lost your housing, you can't pay your rent, and you're about to go on public assistance. For some people that really just need a one-time boost, we offer diversion payments so that they don't become a long-term TANF customer, but we're just helping them that one time. And you can kind of see how that has looked since last April to present. And I was going to say, I think we helped 82 families as of yesterday with those disaster payments. And then the next slide shows in orange and red what, for SNAP or food assistance, what it looked like last year. SNAP cases are the orange in 2019, and then SNAP clients are the red. And then you can see the brown and green bars. Again, brown is SNAP cases and green is SNAP clients. So again, you're kind of seeing the impact in our local community in terms of people applying for food assistance. It's just another way of kind of slicing that data. You have all seen most of these slides. They've been updated, but they're all about the structure of Children, Youth, and Family Services, so I'm not going to go into them in detail. I think you know it, but you can read it on your own, and it's something that I'll probably review with new commissioners after the first of the year, if that's okay.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You might get up to it, but we had an issue where some families were not remembering to reapply this year. Did that get taken care of? Or I don't know if it's in here. That was a concern, and I know we tried to get to publicize that. I just want to make sure that that had been taken care of.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez, for mentioning that. We did because the federal government allowed us to automatically redetermine some people, and basically what that did is push their redetermination down the road. And then when their redeterminations came up, there were some people that did not remember to reapply. We did a lot of outreach, and I think we did a pretty good job. We haven't heard, I think, maybe one or two complaints about that, and so we've resolved it pretty well so far. But thank you for asking. So this next slide just shows, again, our various teams within DHS. All of those continue to operate and function a little bit differently with COVID, but you see just the descriptions of all the teams and what they do. I will thank our data team because they have done a great job extracting some of the data for the reports that you're seeing today. And then I thought I'd highlight just a few key accomplishments. I won't read all of these to you, but some things that I think are especially noteworthy. We hired this year someone that some of you may know. Her name's Sharisa Hammer. She used to be an auditor at the state and then retired, to come in and look at our IDD system, which is really our system for children who have developmental disabilities. And really help us figure out how can we do our very best job making sure that those kids don't go to the hospital and get all of the services that they need and that they're billed appropriately to Medicaid. She did a great job working with our staff. We restructured that whole program, and we're seeing kids being placed more quickly, avoiding the hospitals, and seeing some cost savings as a result of that work. And then some work that our division director, Jill Calvert, really led and brought to us from Mesa County was a program that's evidence-based called KIPS, and it stands for Keys to Interactive Parenting Scale. It is an evidence-based practice, and it really looks at parent-child interaction. It measures their interaction over time with their children and also provides videotaping and then coaching. We'll be able to bill 4E, which is federal funds for this because it is an evidence-based practice, but more importantly, it really is a way to very concretely and easily show parents how they're interacting with their kids and then help them interact even more effectively so that if their children are in the child welfare system, perhaps they can work to get them back a little quicker. And then finally, around accountability, we just developed a number of new screening tools and dashboards. One of my feelings was with more people teleworking, I really wanted to have a good handle on what are they doing? How is our performance? Are we meeting our state and federal performance measures because we're so highly regulated? And so we did develop a lot of dashboards. My deputy, Chris Garvin, monitors all of those for me weekly, sends me weekly data, and then we meet and he follows up with anything that looks a little bit off. So I'm happy to say that our performance has maintained really well through the coronavirus, and with teleworking, we're performing as well as we were before, in many cases even better. The only places that we're struggling just a little bit is, and you'll see it in the data later, is just because of the massive volume of eligibility applications and the problems with CBMS. We're not quite as high there as we were last year, but we're better than most, if not all, of the other big counties in that area. So congregate care continues to go down. You know the spiel about kids deserving a home and a family, and we don't want to see them in institutional care. So we're working really hard with the Family First Prevention Services Act to continue to decrease congregate care. And so you see here the data for 2018, 2019, and 2020. And I think most notable is probably just total congregate care, that bottom number you see going from 103 to 90 to 63, which is a 43% decrease. And underneath that, you have some of the high-level strategies that we use to reduce congregate care. A big one has been involving lots of community partners, because we don't feel like DHS can do this alone. Staffing cases, helping kids get out of higher-level residential care as quickly as possible, developing new placement packets so that we're better representing the strengths of our youth. Some of those placement packets kind of focused on everything that wasn't going well, and so we've kind of flipped that, so we're really showing some of the strengths too, and that helps. One of the teams I'm most proud of, and Commissioner Waller highlighted this at the State of the Region speech, was the 0 to 3 team. So I thought I'd give you a really quick update on that. This team focuses on our most vulnerable infants and toddlers, 0 to 3, because they're not community visible and they're just little and they can't talk, and so they're especially vulnerable to abuse and neglect. We have worked with DHS being the lead, and then Peak Vista and Public Health to develop teams where we contracted with Peak Vista and we send a nurse out. Now we have 2 nurse practitioners contracted to go out with our intake and ongoing teams. And this would help pick up kids that were abused or neglected in physical ways that my caseworkers who are not medical professionals could possibly miss. And then having that team that can bounce ideas off of each other. So you see a little bit about that. In addition, we worked with the courts to develop a well baby court, and also looking at possible medical and casework co-location, and then providing some additional training where we're seeing a lot of our child abuse and neglect is related to substance abuse. And so we're able, through a grant that we get called Additional Family Services through the state of Colorado, to provide what's called certified addiction counselor training to our staff. And so we're going to start doing that with our 0 to 3 team and then some of our other teams, so that they can actually understand more about substance abuse and make sure not that they're providing the treatment, but that they understand it well enough to recognize it and make referrals to local community providers that are the right level of care. For instance, you wouldn't want them to refer to inpatient if they really needed outpatient, or vice versa. So I think this will be a great thing to roll out, and the state has agreed we can use our AFS dollars to pay for that, and we've historically underspent those dollars, so we're pretty excited about that. And then some additional training on early childhood development. Regarding substance abuse, we did move our family treatment drug court programming in-house. Some exciting news that isn't even on my slide yet because it only happened in the last few days ago, is that we worked with the courts, particularly Magistrate Vigil, to apply for an Office of Juvenile Justice Program, or OJJP, grant for our drug court. And this grant could provide housing, transportation, evidence evidence-based parenting instruction, and substance abuse treatment or training. And the court was the lead applicant, although my team really helped with the application and provides the actual drug court services. We received notice this week of a $435,445 grant award on that OJJP grant to judicial, but will benefit our drug court clients and our collaboration. And let's see, I think I will move into economic and administrative services. So a couple of you, Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Bremer, attended our new co-located eligibility site at Peak Vista, and Jet Wing and Kenny Hodges was able to attend as well. So that provides eligibility services at a Peak Vista location. It's our second co-located location with Peak Vista. The other one is in Fountain, and so providing better services to the southeast. We were really excited about that, and several of our city council people were also excited about that. And so it was really a good partnership with Peak Vista. We have staff there every day, and they can issue EBT cards. EBT cards are like cash, and so they're very highly federally regulated, and you have to have double locks and that sort of thing. So it's a pretty high bar to get an EBT site. El Paso County, I think, has 3 now, one more than even the other largest county. So that's nice and adds extra services in the southeast. A few key accomplishments for economic and administrative services. We have been able to reduce processing time to an average of 48 hours for food assistance. It used to take 20 days for new applications and 6 days for expedited cases. Part of that was related to implementing HS Connects and that big federal grant that we got a few years ago, and also just the great leadership of Chris and Karen and Andrew Bunn, just to make sure SNAP is under Karen primarily, but to make sure that we're really leaning up and having very quick processes so our people who need food can get food, and most food assistant beneficiaries are actually children. Following CDMS transformation, we only dropped a few percentage points in processing time despite significant delays, outages, and other challenges. We met all goals set by the state healthcare policy and financing team for 1920, and you're able to earn federal incentives for meeting those goals, and we earned $925,563 in federal incentives, exceeding all the counties in these same measures. We added a new EBT location. I talked about that. And then due to the surge in workload, we were able to create a plan to use overtime. Also, supervisors have been able to have overtime, and we worked with several counties to establish inter-county workforce agreements. And both State HCPF and CDHS awarded us additional funds for overtime due to COVID, and we worked really closely with them and advocated for that. I'm the only county DHS director on the CBMS executive steering committee. There's one DHS director and one commissioner allowed, and it's Commissioner Nancy Sharp from Arapahoe, because they make it be 2 different counties. And so other key accomplishments, let's see. Our adult services team continues to do a great job, still going out to see adults during COVID. They were able to get a few waivers for some video visits because our elderly population, as you know, is the most high risk for COVID. But if there's very serious reports of abuse, neglect, or exploitation, they still go out in person when it's needed. So they've just done some great work this year during COVID. Our Colorado Works group continues to meet employment entry targets for the state fiscal year. We were one of only 2 large counties to meet the employment entry targets, and that was done while also experiencing increased applications and caseloads due to COVID. One program I want to highlight for you that we're especially proud of is our employment, we call it the Employment Entry Program, or T. This is a program where we work with TANF customers who come in to apply for TANF and say, well, you're here and you're applying for TANF, but maybe you would actually like to work here. And so we're able to recruit people who may be bilingual, who may be very diverse, who have been on TANF before and are really ready to work, but just can't find a job. And so we have a special training program for them called the T program under Andrew Bunn and Carissa Hervey, and I think your Sonia Torres is involved too. And we really work to make sure that they get the training they need, and I believe that 75% of the people that completed that training program, they remain on partially subsidized employment through TANF and then partially some county subsidies, but then we hire them as actual county staff. And we've been able to hire 70% of the people that have come through that program. It really helps us expand diversity in the workplace and kind of give people an opportunity for a job instead of coming on to benefits. So we're really proud of that program. Our adult protective...
Hang on. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Oh, thank you. And Ms. Chair, I apologize. I do have an appointment I have to get to, so I just wanted to let you know. And Julie, I wanted to thank you for everything. I know absolutely you run one of the best offices in the state, if not the country. And I think every year I always tell you, but you might be one of the most compassionate people I know. And I just very appreciative of all the work you and the staff do. But I do apologize. I got to get to another appointment.
Thank you. That was so kind. Thank you. So other key accomplishments, our adult protective services transitioned to a teleworking model very early, well before COVID. We saw great outcomes with that. We led the way in helping develop some of the policies that are now becoming county policies with some tweaking by the county attorney's office and support and assistance, but they did such a good job, and we monitored their outcomes really closely that it gave us a leg up in being able to kind of have the policies in place and be ready to implement more teleworking during COVID. And Chris and Andrew took a big lead in working with Lisa Kirkman and helping develop that program and policies, and then all the dashboards that we wanted to have in place. Our child support services, something we don't talk about much, but so important for kids, not just so that they can receive child support, but it's a lot about engaging the non-custodial parent and really focusing on how is that other parent being involved. Sometimes it's the dad, sometimes it's the mom who doesn't have custody, but we were only half of the large counties statewide met the percent of child support collected, and we were one of those. One other key accomplishment that I'll highlight is our APS team worked with Elder Shelter Care Continuum through the PPEAC to provide emergency shelter for elderly people who were at risk or in need of emergent housing and long-term care services, providing that interim housing while they were awaiting approval of long-term care Medicaid. It's kind of a unique model, and we don't talk about it very much, but it's a great contribution in terms of services to prevent homelessness. On our contract side, under Rachel Klein, we have 400, actually more than 400 contracts, and we have 25 student internship agreements, 30 plus MOUs, and then purchase orders, and then 5 grants that we listed here. So that's also a hardworking area, and they also oversee under Rachel the Community Services Block Grant Program, which Commissioner Bremer is very involved in. Other key accomplishments, sometimes an accomplishment means, and we do this every year, we analyze all our contracts and we decide, is there anything that we need to RFP, is there anything that we should bring in-house, and then we analyze our in-house work and say, is there anything that should be contracted out? And you'll remember some of those things from the past, like our county used to operate a detox program, and we decided, why is the county operating a detox program? That would be better with a community provider, more cost-effective. And so in this case, we decided not to pursue a contract for employment first because it was very costly to the county, and we were able to work more closely with community partners in our workforce center and save the county dollars and provide better services. So we ended that contract, and then we also reviewed our family treatment drug court program very, very closely and realized that we could save about $1.4 million a year by bringing those programs in-house. And so we're pretty excited about that. Our federal mandates are about the same. The newest federal mandate is the one that you're familiar with, which is Family First Prevention Services Act. So I won't go through all of these. And then I'll just hit a few of the highlights under our strategic plan goals. We focused on expanding employment entry as well as emergency services with $837,000 and change in CARES funds, which we talked about a little bit earlier. And we also got some CARES funding under CSBG, which provided direct client assistance with rent, mortgage, and utilities that went through community providers. On the next slide, services that can be completed online, we're especially proud of that. We've been encouraging people to apply for PEAK online for their benefits instead of coming in and possibly risking themselves or others to COVID. We've increased social media messaging for PEAK. I would ask all of you, if you get a customer that's asking about applying for benefits, encourage them. They can apply on their mobile app, on their computer. They don't need to come in to the department to apply. And we've worked with Scott and Brian to install some big signs outside of CSC promoting the use of PEAK because we were seeing so many people in our lobbies. In terms of support to combat substance abuse, we've done some great things this year. We brought, as I said, the family treatment drug court in-house. We contract with 25 providers for substance abuse evaluations and treatment, and a program that's near and dear to my heart that I've been mentoring a little bit is Homeward Pike Peak, because they have a program like one that I created in Denver called the Baby Haven, that is a substance abuse treatment program for pregnant women and infant children. Right now they only have 4 beds, and so other communities like the Denver metro area has 16 beds. For example, Pueblo has 16. And so for the size of a community, we just don't have them. And so they have an advisory board, and I've been advising them about how we open the Baby Haven, and they did just receive a big grant from the Anschutz Foundation, and I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to have a similar program here. What we like about it is it keeps moms and babies together. It stops the intergenerational cycle of substance abuse, kids in foster care, kids in the juvenile justice system, kids in the adult criminal justice system, their kids being born and being back in the system, and really provides that treatment for the mom and baby together, creating confident, productive, self-sufficient members of our community. So I'll be glad to see a program like that here for sure. We expanded community partnerships to reduce dependency and neglect through the T program, and also a lot of work that we've done just with the local community. So I'll kind of skip over those and you can read them on your own time, but we certainly worked hard on developing more and more community partnerships. In in terms of our work with homelessness, Chris Garvin leads that work. Our Chafee team has really expanded the independent living program. We've been able to provide some funding to for youth for housing. We've been using our TANF funding to help with housing as well, and then some very close partnerships with Spring Rescue Mission and having eligibility staff on site there. So I'm just kind of skipping over a few of these. I think you can read them on your own and approve some of these in your BOCC meeting, so I don't want to go way over time. So I'm going to go to slide 39. Let's see, actually, I'm going to go to slide 40. This summarizes our numbers of referrals, assessments, and cases in child abuse and neglect, and then our out-of-home placement rates, which you see are going down. And then some key operating indicators for adult and family services, adult protection reports. So you can see those are also down a little bit this year, but it may even up. These are just projected numbers, so we're not quite sure where that will go. Again, COVID may be having an impact on our elderly because they're not as community visible. And then you can see the dollars that we provide for CCAP. In economic assistance, here's a snapshot of some of our data related to food assistance, clients, cases, issuance, applications, just for your kind of reading pleasure, and also to note how COVID has affected us in 2020 with a projected increase in most programs. Some key performance measures. On the left column, you'll see the state goal, and on the right column, you'll see El Paso County's performance. Those two measures that say new are just brand new measures, and so it's yet to be determined exactly how we'll do, but I'm fairly confident that we'll do pretty well. We do have a couple of months of data for those, and we're a little bit below the goal, but we expect to quickly catch up as we learn those new measures. And again, on the next page, you see that we're meeting or exceeding all of the performance measures except for the ones that I highlighted for you related to food assistance, where we're pretty close. But it's been a big flood of applications this year, and I just looked at them today, and we're actually a little bit better than is reported here. And then finally, a few budgetary highlights. We ended the budget year on a positive note, being fully closed out in all DHS programs. I will give kudos to Commissioner Waller and Bremer for helping me on the Child Welfare Allocation Committee. We were very far behind other big counties, and over the last couple years, we've been able to catch up, and we're now, I think, with a workload model being adequately compensated for the work that we're doing in El Paso County. Our TANF reserve is at 39%. The most that we can have is 40, and those funds are restricted and can only be used for TANF, child welfare, or child care. We do expect and plan, those are emergency funds this year. If not an emergency, I don't know what an emergency would be. So we do plan to use some of that reserve this year if needed to help with child care expenses in our local community, or child welfare, both which have been taxed a little bit, but it won't be anywhere close to using up all of it. We may use up 1 or 2%, if that. So we earned all available performance incentives, as we talked about our building improvements, our additional CARES funds, and then every year CHSDA and CCI, the slide should actually say CHFDA and CCI. The directors work with commissioners to make budget recommendations that then CCI sends on to the legislature. And we made those following budget recommendations. I think the key was this isn't the year to maybe implement a whole bunch of new programs, but maintaining our core programs and funding streams, because we knew that there would be big budget cuts at the state level. We do not have critical needs. Our budget is about roughly 50% federal, 30% state, and 20% county. And we've done a pretty good job allocating funding and advocating for new resources through our various allocation committees. So we feel like our critical needs are being adequately addressed. And that's all I have. Does anyone have any questions?
Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the presentation. Wow, an enormous number of things going on and no lack of challenges this year. I'm just proud of the fact that you kept the lobby open. I know it was tough, too, because you moved operations from the third floor down to the first floor, kind of got into a triage process, but you kept it open for people that had challenges getting to you in other ways. So I think that's really great. And I that's kind of an interesting statistic if it's true. We're the only county in Colorado that actually kept a front office open during COVID. If that's really true, that's really remarkable. So
I think some counties kept it open for some days during COVID or some periods, but we're the only one that kept it open all days consistently. They made other modifications. So I don't want to imply that they weren't doing good work. It's just something that we're extra proud of. So thank you.
No, that's great. And I'm also glad that you created that teleworking model for APS. Wow, talk about fortuitous that you did it prior to coronavirus, because I'm sure it came in handy.
Thank you.
And then I also want to express my appreciation for your deepening the relationship with the Workforce Center, because there's a lot of synergy that can come out of that about reducing dependency on government assistance by helping people get to a job so they can, generate their own resources, which is always the best model, because then that's their money. They get to figure out how to spend it. It gets them into a process of managing that money carefully. It helps them build additional life skills, whatever the issues may be. I think that's always super valuable, and I know that you've done more in the last couple of years on that, so my appreciation. Now, I do have some questions. The first one, considering coronavirus and the isolation and everything else that it's been creating, are the cases that your caseworker is working on, are they more severe? Or have they been more severe as a result of coronavirus? Is there more depression or, concerns about isolation or things like that?
Anecdotally, it's hard to say for sure. I'd need to pull. We have what's called immediate 3-day and 5-day responses. So without pulling, how many immediate 3 days and 5 days, I can't say for certain. I will say that our staff will say, yes, the calls they are getting are more severe, that they've seen some increases in domestic violence, some definite increases in substance abuse. And to me, it makes sense. I mean, you're isolated at home. Maybe your kids are at home, not in school. Maybe you've lost your job. Maybe you can't pay your rent. All of those stressors on a family could lead to increased child abuse and neglect. There's been some articles in the paper about that. I think that's something that we're kind of grappling with, not just in El Paso County, but across the whole state.
Yeah, I just, just heuristically, I would assume they would be more severe, but I was kind of interested in your perspective. Now, I know there was a board that I was participating in, that was the foster care board, and we haven't had a meeting for that in quite some time. Is that gone at this point, no longer really being conducted? I noticed you had a lot of work in here, I think really about trying to help prevent children from getting into foster care to begin with, which is great. And maybe you've got a measure of success going on there, so, the foster care board isn't needed so much. But I also knew that foster care is a whole lot better than institutionalization. So to the extent that kids could be directed to foster care as opposed to something else when foster care is needed. That was really helpful. But maybe you don't need the board anymore. So I'm just asking, is that board no longer meeting and no plans for it to meet in the future? I'm okay with that if that's the answer. I'm not pushing one way or another.
It's a good question. I'm not sure. I know it went through some transitions, and Jill Calvert was looking at kind of remodeling it or redesigning it when COVID hit. So I'm afraid I'd have to get back to you. I'm not quite sure.
Sure. Well, COVID might have, put that on the back burner or something because of all the other priorities we had, but maybe it's something to kind of think about and see if it's needed or not. And I'm not pushing one way or another. I just know it's a whole lot better for a kid to be in foster care than to be in an institution. So
absolutely, and we appreciate your support, and I will look into that and let you know.
Yeah, thank you. And one last quick question: I'm kind of interested in a little bit about the outcomes from the UC problem-solving training that you put together. I know it was about helping your own staff get smarter and wiser about doing their work. Have you seen some outcomes that indicate that was really helpful to us?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I didn't hear the...
It was the University of Colorado problem-solving training.
Oh, sure. That has been great. So there isn't really a measurable outcome, but we contracted with the University of Colorado to help us with problem solving, with communication, with being able to have conversations about diversity and inclusion and that sort of thing. And it's been great. I mean, they've helped us facilitate conversations with staff and better build teams. And what we've heard is some very good feedback. We did that quite a long time ago, kind of before COVID, before, some of these issues were more prevalent in our community. But we just really wanted people to be able to have conversations with each other and solve their own problems and understand each other better. And so it has gone really well. And we're proud of that work, and our staff appreciate it. They've done a lot of training with our staff about diversity and inclusion and that sort of thing.
Okay, great. Well, once again, great numbers. Just keep on doing the great work that you're doing. It's a huge workload, and I have to imagine it's just immensely challenging, particularly with coronavirus, but you have so many things in here that illustrate success in that work. So my appreciation to you and the team for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Vanderwerf.
Commissioner Bremer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julie and Chris and your whole team, thank you very much for the tremendous work that you pour your hearts and souls into for our community members. This is a budget and critical needs presentation, and it's also an opportunity for you to highlight and show us all the things that your office does. And the past two budget presentations I've been in, I thought I had a pretty good idea of what all was on your plate at any given time, and I'm really kind of blown away with the amount, with the sheer volume of different types of issues that your department really has to deal with and deals with incredibly well. I also think this last slide that's still up is, I think the fact that you have no additional critical needs for us right now is a huge testament to foresight and planning, looking around the corners, and what sticks out to me is actually looking out for potential partnerships, and the way that your department has identified community needs, matched them with community organizations that help with a certain spectrum of that need, and your partnerships across the board are impressive. And I think at the end of the day for us on budget approval, it means that all of those community partners that we talk about all the time, they're doing yeoman's work and bringing a lot to the table as well. And what it means for us in the budget approval process is that we've been able to do so much because all of those community organizations are invested in ensuring that this is efficient use of taxpayer dollars. as well. So I just wanted to say thank you for continuing to look around those corners and to work well with all of our community nonprofit partners. Just knowing what many of them do helps the wheels turn sometimes, and next thing I know, Julie's coming up with a great idea and a great partnership. I think it's tremendous. I'm also incredibly proud of that T program because you know, your job in human services, it's tough because you want to help people when they most need it, and that's what all of your programs exist for. But we also don't want people to be trapped in that. And it's also our job to kind of break some cycles and help develop healthy families, healthy kids, healthy work relationships, healthy everything. And so I think that employment program for our TANF recipients is just a shining star in the direction that human services programs can go, and it indicates how much we care individually for those that need help in our community. So I'm incredibly proud of all the work done there, and I know I tell you that a lot, but I hope that all of your 704 employees are listening to this too, and they feel that appreciation, because you would not be able to come here with this budget and these 40 slides of accomplishments without them. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Bremer, and thank you for recognizing the DHS team. I'm very proud of them as well. They're a great team. Thank you.
All right, anything else? Seeing none, thank you very much, Julie. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
I thought about doing another presentation, but I think with two commissioners missing, it's probably wise that we go ahead and break here for the day, and then we will, we got through everything we were scheduled to get through today, and then when we come back on Thursday, we'll get the remaining ones. So with that, we will be done with that agenda item. And that takes us to item number 11.
Item number 11 is the addendum, and there's no addendum.
Item number 12.
Executive session, there's no request for an executive session.
With that, we stand adjourned.